Hello, I'm MC Toon, and this is supposed to be a debate with the Egyptian god Ra and Thoth. I don't have one for Thoth. Just Ra. That's radium, not radon. Actually, uh, there is no element Thoth. So yeah, he didn't show. I just tried calling him on Facebook Messenger. No answer. He said he was going to be here, but he's not. He talked a big game. He actually said he was going to destroy the curve. How are you going to destroy the curve if you don't show up there? Fake nothing god. Kind of a joke, aren't you? Anyway, yeah, to nobody's surprise, he didn't show. He's got kind of a problem with integrity. You'd think that the Egyptian god Ra Thoth, could show up, but he can't. I think he's maybe not actually what he says he is. He says that he's in Vegas. He lives in California. Somebody brought him to Vegas, apparently against his will. How does a god get taken somewhere against his will? Wouldn't a god just teleport himself back to wherever he wants to be? He claims that he knows that the earth is flat because he can somehow travel astrally somehow, and he sees it when he travels that way somehow. I don't know. Now, last time he could not come on because his girlfriend has chores for him to do. So this time his excuse is that he was brought to Vegas and he couldn't get away. So, So yes, the plot hole is here. Welcome, the plot hole. Would you like to come on and deliver that message in person? Send me a let's see, Twitter. You're on Twitter. We know each other on Twitter. Hold on. We'll prepare a Twitter. There we go. All right. Let's get this. I will, if you're up for it, the plot hole, I will send you right here. Just a second, people. I can't think of too many things all at the same time. There it is. So yes, where was I? I was reading this. The stare challenge. I'll let you decide, plot hole, if you want to do that. Mute Doggy. For a god, he seems he is constantly being forced to do things. Yes. Microraptor says, forget Ra Thoth. I want to hear from the person who managed to take a god to Vegas against his will. Exactly. So, all right. I mentioned last stream that I got for Father's Day a pretty cool gift from my kids. So I'm not much of a, I don't drink a lot of alcohol, but this was cool, so I will show it to you. First is the tumbler. Don't need these, do I? The tumbler is this. It's a kind of a globe shape. It's a little modified, but you can see the etching is got a globe kind of thing on it. There it is. And you know, Australia's not all messed up and shaped the wrong way, like on the flatties have. And then inside is well, there's a beverage inside. It's actually a in a I can't make you see it. It's a sailboat, a big sailboat inside, made of glass. Pretty cool. But yeah, you can see this has also etched on it. The globe. Look at that. Pretty cool. It's not totally like they merged Greenland and Canada. So anyway, there's that. And so I'm just going to have a little bit. This is a Crown Royal in it. I've not had any from it. So I told my kids I would enjoy a little bit right now. So enjoy is a rough term. I don't like whiskey a ton. There it is. There it is. So I'll put that back. Oh yeah, it also has coasters right there in a bit of a highly skewed projection there. So there you go. Thank you very much, kids. I don't drink very often. Wow. So, all right. Round Thinker's here. How you doing? He says, I thought you were going to say not much of a father. What are you talking about? I wouldn't say that. The coasters are flat earth. Well, they're not, because they miss a few important things that actually exist, but I guess maybe flat earthers agree with it. There's no Australia. It also misses all of Africa and most of Europe and Asia, but it only has like part of South America. So there you go. Yeah. Always put high alcohol spirits in a container that needs to be delicately replaced in its holder. It is a little bit precarious. It's got a stem on it. But yes, it's absolutely correct. It is a little difficult to put there. So all right. Anyway, that's I shouldn't have put that much. Quantum Degreaser says, I saw a litmus test question that had me, high IQ flexpert that I am, stumped. Given a triangle size 1, 1, and 1, what shape do I have? There it is. QED says the coaster has all the geographical features a USA buyer needs. Absolutely. Man, Beer Pig really refined, making me feel bad for drinking beer while I watch. So yes, let me try calling the Egyptian god Ra-Thoth again. See if he has any words of wisdom. I'm sure he won't. Wisdom. Does the globe bottle have for decorative purpose only? It didn't say much, actually. It's just came in a box. It said whatever it said. So, how many of each animal did Moses bring on the ark? People at home, put your answer in the chat. We'll see if he rises from his tomb. Oh, Astro's Electronics Lab. Very nice. Nothing. I mean, I'll let you hear. It's ringing. Nothing. I think, I wouldn't even need to like ring. He would know before I started ringing that he was going to ring. So, oh, that's weird. Anyway, I don't know. I didn't prepare anything else. I watched this question about Moses and the Ark. I watched a couple episodes of the show called The Mole with my wife last night. And it's from, I think, about 1999, starring the host Anderson Cooper. I've not seen it before. I'd never heard of it before, but it's a pretty cool show. But they had that question in the show. So, yeah. And so then, it was Noah that had the ark. So the question is, everybody but Round Thinker answer this, because he knows, he reads it in Hebrew. How many of each animal did Noah bring on the ark, according to what the Bible says? So, Round Thinker says Moses was alone in his ark. Oh, that's true. He was a little bitty one. Oh. Microraptor says MC Toon's cat is MC Toon's god. No. No, but my cat thinks she is God. Probably has a little more legitimacy than the Ra-Thoth guy. Oh. So apparently the plot hole is not answering. So I will relay his challenge to you. So if you watch the plot hole, I did a community post on his video today because he mentioned me. If you watch that, so he talks about the video I did on Mark Steele, and at the end of that video, my video editor added 20 minutes of the last frame, just 20 solid minutes of me looking at the camera. I don't know how it did that because I re-rendered it without making any changes, and it didn't do that. So it was very strange. I previewed it. I watched the whole thing. I scrubbed through. But I didn't go to the end and then just keep playing. So it slipped through, and I did it during a premiere, and I'm like, oh no, I can't. Already a lot of people have watched it, so I can't like bring it down and put up a new one. People think, what are you doing? So anyway, that's the plot hole. Invited people to send videos of stare down to him. So watch the plot holes video. He gives you the invitation for the stare down videos. Do that. I think he's making something fun. Sorry. What better for cough than a little bit of this? Clive Wells watched my premiere right to the end. I did too. I'm like, what the heck? How did that happen? So what I did is like, I'm in the premiere. I'm like, oh, this is weird. What should I do? And some people suggested, well, just put a bunch of ads in that part. So I did. I filled up the last section, 20 minutes, just an ad every couple minutes. And then a bunch of people commented like, there's so many ads in this, but obviously they didn't watch it, because if they'd watched the part where the ads were, they would have figured out something's wrong. So Brandy's better. I probably would enjoy Brandy better, but there's a reason for this. I'll tell you the reason. My grandpa, so when my grandma had cancer and she was not doing well, she wasn't going to make it. My grandpa, who loved her very much, struggled so much. He was home alone. She was at the hospital, and he would drink a little more than normal. And my aunt would get on his case about it. Like, he's in his 80s. His wife is dying. Let him drink. So I asked him what was his favorite alcohol, and he would typically drink like some cheap Canadian something whiskey, and he'd water it down. So I found out that his favorite all time was Crown Royal. Like, well, so let's go get him a thing of Crown Royal. So I got him a thing of Crown Royal. And I also used to joke with him about his cane. So he needed a cane to walk near the end. And so he'd have his cane, and I'd look at it, and I'd take it, like I'd twist off the top to pretend to make sure that he didn't have some booze hidden in the cane. So for Father's Day, before my grandma passed, I got him a full-size bottle of Crown Royal and a cane with a little canister for putting alcohol in. And I think when he got it, opened it, I filled it up for him. But he only was able to have it once before he got sick and he finally passed. that both the cane and the bottle came back to me. And so now every year at Father's Day, my dad and I and other people around have a little bit of that Crown Royal from that original container, pouring one out for my grandpa, and the rest of us have a little bit. I have had to refill it because it's been a few years. So some of the original is still in the container. So that's why I have some Crown Royal in the house. It's the only liquor that would work in that. So that's how I have whiskey instead of brandy or something else that I might enjoy a little better. So there you go. Historical philosopher says Cutty Sark whiskey. My grandfather drank it when he was still alive. Yep, I know people like Cutty Sark. In fact, he calls me the enabler. Yeah. You know, I think when somebody's in their 80s and their wife is dying, they were married. He loved her so much. So, and whiskey in the jar. I don't have whiskey in here. That's not vodka. It's not moonshine. This is just water. So maybe Raw can't come out after sunset, says Mute Donkey. Oh, Earthrise. Cutty Sark is a scotch. Wait, a scotch is a whiskey. It's a subset of whiskey, right? I think so. Pretty sure about that. Nate Walker for $4.99 says it must be hard to convince the major flat earthers to even say they'll debate you. Yes. It is. The plot hole, you're still here. I sent you a link in Twitter. Get in here. Yes, it is challenging to get the major flat earthers to debate. I think I know why, and that's because they have their big following. And if they were to do a debate, it would hurt their big following. And there's one reason I think that they do what they do. A little bit of this. And so if they were to show up and actually be called to task on all their claims and not be able to answer for it, then they would have a problem. For example, Bob Nodell, if he were ever in a debate, guess what the other person would play while he's in the debate? They would play the clip from Behind the Curve of him declaring that if they could just get a super precision rotation measuring device, that they could prove once and for all that the Earth was not rotating. And of course, then it failed. He would have to answer for that. And then he knows that he doesn't have a good answer for the rest of it. So Bob Nodell would look like a fool. Another problem with Bob Nodell, if I were to ask him, hey, Bob, let's during a debate, I'm going to ask you this. So get ready. I'm going to ask you about electromagnetic wake. That is what Nathan Thompson said. He talked about electromagnetic wake. He got that from Bob Nodell. Bob Nodell is the one that maybe somebody else before him, but he talks about electromagnetic wake. Bob Nodell doesn't know anything. He couldn't explain an electromagnetic wake. He has tried in absence of somebody challenging him on his channel to explain it. But if somebody were there to say, all right, well, here, let's test your claim, it would not go well. Because Bob Nodell, your electromagnetic wake that the sun causes, according to you, and then that causes the hurricane motion, right? Well, the sun travels around the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer at different times of the year, but the demarcation line, the line of demarcation where the tornado or the hurricanes rotate in opposite direction, is always around the equator. It doesn't move with the position of the sun. Number two, where's the measurements of this electromagnetism? There are none. Number three, what is causing the sun to move? Because if the sun is expelling energy to make this electromagnetic wake happen, it is losing energy in the process. It's not in a free fall. Something is pushing it What is pushing it? Nothing, 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 nothing. It's just lots of nothing. So that's why Bob Nodell would never debate me. Why would Eric Dubay not want to debate me? Again, it's about money. He can't answer things. He has a script. He can't say anything. Why will Dearth not debate me? Because he has a script. He says that the Southern Hemisphere flights prove a flat Earth in his mind, in his claim. But he doesn't actually look at the Southern Hemisphere flights. He says to go from Sydney to Santiago, you go north first. Well, of course, you can take that route if you want, but there is a direct flight, QF27 and QF28. They exist. He cannot be challenged on this, because as soon as he's challenged on this, he's done. But he'll go on somebody else's channel and say, here's my proofs. But that other person, they never challenge him. And if somebody shows up to challenge him, Dearth will run away, like happened with Red's Rhetoric. Red's Rhetoric was brought on to an interview where Dearth was, and Dearth left because he's scared. Dearth is scared to debate any knowledgeable person. So that's why Dearth won't do it. Who else? There's a couple others that won't leave their own platforms, like Nathan Oakley or QE, right? They have to do it only on their own platform, because they need to be able to mute and not have rules applied to them, right? So in a place where it's moderated, they won't do it because Oakley, he has to yell over people and use all sorts of fallacies, and then himself, and then call other people on fallacies. Somebody sent me an email today. I won't say this person's name because I don't have permission. Yeah, the subject was Lockdown Fan. So I appreciated that email very much today from Lockdown Fan. Oh, that was it today? Yeah. Suggested, how about I debate Dell? Like, I have challenged him before, but it's been a while. So I think I shall renew my invitation to him. But again, he won't leave his echo chamber. I'll be honest, I host debates right here myself, but I will go elsewhere. I'm glad to have somebody else host it. I would even pick a flat earther to host it on their channel. There's a couple I would definitely do. Mandevil says, bring on like 5 people who think they are reincarnations of God and let them thrash it out. Oh, yeah, there's a guy called Flat Earth Paradise. The channel's called Flat Earth Paradise. His name is Devin Maggi. He too claims that he is Thoth, or Mercury would be the Greek god. He claims that is who he is somehow. So I guess the two of them could do that. And the foulest language. So Nate Walker says, what about Owen Benjamin? So funny, Jon Snow just asked me about Owen Benjamin a couple days ago. So I'm like, yeah, that's a good, I haven't actually invited him. He doesn't do a lot of Flat Earth stuff anymore, as far as I know, but he was at the Flat Earth Global Convention in 2019 when I was there. So Damon Hebner, did Dubay actually have a debate here? No, Dubay has, to my knowledge, has never debated anybody. So maybe he I think he's talked with some people that were not like skilled in this. The problem is flat earthers ask the most ridiculous questions and come at it from such a ridiculous way that it catches you off guard if you're not used to it. You're like, well, that's not how things work. And they're just like, what about this and this and this? And people are like, this makes no sense. How do I even answer these questions? They don't make sense. So anyway, Trillion, people have stopped asking why anyone believes in astrology. It looks perfectly reasonable next to flat Earth. Yes. Let's see. Microraptor's getting first COVID shot in 5 hours. If I don't turn magnetic, who do I blame? It's a good one. Yep, that's way too much. Whew. Isn't Ra the equivalent of Mercury and Zeus of Mercury and Zeus? I, I don't know. My Egyptian mythology is terrible. My Greek mythology is fair. One of my kids really enjoyed the Jason and the Argonauts books, I think is the one. And yeah, he knows all of the Greek and Roman stuff. So, Matt Klein, wouldn't it be easier to get points across if you use Kerbal Space Program? For rocketry, sure. For like, you could use a Universe Sandbox maybe. I've not messed with any of them. I don't know. Yeah, it maybe could. It would be interesting. I know FTFE has used it but didn't work out in a live debate. So, Robert Castle, is this the after show? This is supposed to be the show with the Egyptian god Ra Thoth. But he's not here. Let's see. Percy Thrillington says, absolutely love your content, man. Keep fighting these flerfs. Thank you. Thank you very much. I get emails and I get messages all the time saying that, and I try to respond every time, but thank you. It means a lot just to hear that. It really does. They attack me. I got a thick skin real quick. I'm not bothered by it, but it does help certainly to get that kind of affirmation, I guess. So thank you for that. So, oh my goodness, Quantum Degreaser has a quote from Dell. I'm sucking tiered of Ruhalti denying and competent woefully ignorant retards like you, son. I probably sound a little more southern. Yeah. It's impossible to understand him. He's so hard to understand. Let's see. Historical philosopher. I believe so. I think that Thoth is the god of wisdom and language, while Ra is the king of gods, much like Mercury and Zeus. Yeah, I think that is kind of the parallel. It sounds about right to me. Like Thoth is supposedly invented writing, right? The hieroglyphics. So certainly should he have come on, he would be able to translate those for me. So Hillbilly Dell. It was like someone from Texas trying to do a hillbilly accent. Yeah. All right. Where is the plot hole? What's he like? He dips it. He comes in, makes the thing, and then he's out. Funny. Earthrise, Quantum Degreaser. Holy crap, crapo, man. You should preface a comment like that as Dell formulation beforehand. I almost held it for review. Yeah. Oh. All right. So, today. So if you're on Facebook and you've experienced Horatio Barron firsthand, he is a horrific person, a absolute monster, disgusting, vile piece of garbage. He constantly calls me, like on Facebook Messenger, video calls. He always wants to do a video call, and I generally don't. And the reason why is because I wanted to have him do that during a live stream. And last week I got him to do it during a live stream. So he came on live and he showed how horrible and vile and disgusting he is. And then today again, he did it. I'm like, okay, so I recorded it. So I will be putting that out. I thought I could maybe bleep out when so I could make it PG, but I don't know if there's enough bleeps on the globe to bleep out what he said. Yeah, he's a stalker. He is a stalker. Like, oh, and he is totally convinced that all of us that agree that the globe is the globe, that we are paid by NASA. He constantly tells me that he knows that I'm paid by NASA. I'm like, I wish they would. That'd be great. They probably know. They could just drop it in my bank account. You guys, NASA, send me the money. But no, that I do get money from YouTube for the videos, but it's not like NASA would have to pay me, right? So that's all he has. He doesn't have anything at all. He's an absolute indoctrinated blind idiot. So yeah, Mute Doggy, where do you get your check? Elizabeth Sylvester, I don't want to support someone that picks and chooses who he reads and doesn't just because I haven't been here for a long time. Boo. Did I miss? I don't. I'm sorry, Elizabeth, if I missed something. I don't pick and choose based on who says it. I pick and choose based on if I see it and if I think it's interesting. So if you said something and I missed it, I didn't mean to, but tell you what, I will look back to see what you said. Hey, MC Tune, the plot hole. Hey, thanks, Bob. I'm getting my second shot today at 350. Yikes. Why do you ignore me? Okay, I'm not, Elizabeth. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to ignore you. There you go. I read all your comments that were in the buffer. So I miss it. There's too many things for me to read it all. Right? So I got that same Lego rocket, says Matt Klein. Yes. That was a fun one to make. I have down there, I have the shuttle, the actual new shuttle that it's unopened. And I want to build it, but it's summer. So I'm crazy busy. I coach Ultimate 2 nights a week. Weekends, like the last 4 or 5 weekends, we've been out of town. And because of the nice weather, I've been working on stuff outside and working on the house. I have a bathroom in the basement I'm finishing. That's been a multi-decade process. It's forever. It's taken forever. I need to buy a shower surround now. So there we go. Hey, Elizabeth, I forgive you. I know. People say stuff and I don't respond and I apologize. So Quitty says, just start reading everything everyone says in chat. I want to see if you can keep up. Oh my goodness. You think so? All right. Jinju said, or Quantum Degreaser says, this is a major blow for the Flat Earth movement. I'm sure that extra J character will be rejoicing and smugly rubbing it in next time he appears. I'm sure he'll show up at any moment. Then Earthrise says, Quantum Degreaser, if that was too obvious, Del kinda, I want to take it back. Astro's Electronic Lab says, Quitty's a sprinkler. Ha ha, now that's a challenge. Charlie Welsh says, Amy Hogan, hey again. Flair says, hey, give Tune a break. He had a sip of whiskey. Lol. Man Bear Pig, NA, thanks, first time someone has recognized the references. Vadim, whatever, says, MC Tune, watch for Pratts infesting your basement bathroom. They are so nasty. NA, Hogan, it scrolled off the screen. And Mandevil is putting it. Mark Beiser calls me a dork. I've met him in person. We're co-dorks. Oh my goodness. Oh, it gets better as I have more. Glober Mom says, I got home for my extended birthday. Okay. I have a friend that likes cheap whiskey. He goes by Ventor of Clio, and I've gone with him to we go to play pool near where he lives, and I'll be like, I'll get this next round, and I'll go get whatever I want, and I'll say to the bartender, I say, give me your worst whiskey, not your cheapest, your worst whiskey. She's like, really? So she gets out this dusty bottle. She's like, here you go. And I bring it to him. I don't tell him. And he's like, ooh, this is good. What is it? I don't know. Oh, Jinju likes cheap whiskey because he can buy more that way. Oh, there you go. Chronic Avenger says, thank you for having me on today. It was good to have you. Good to have you, Ken or Kenji. Chris, it's always more dimensions. I told him I was going to prep this, and he started chuckling before I said this. But Chris, when you talk about dimensions,
you keep using the word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
Yeah, he started chuckling. He knew I was going to do it. So, your cats still love you, even though they didn't see you for 4 days. That's a nice thing about cats. You just put a pile of cat food on the floor, and that's about all you need to do. And you know, you come back and they're like, you didn't take care of me. That's about it. Wait. Guy's name, I believe the earth is flat, says it was fun. Thanks for having me too. Is that you, Chris? Is that your channel? I've heard things about what cats do if you pass away. like they wait all of like 10 minutes before they get to work. Where a dog will sit there forever. Okay. I believe the earth is flat, says yes, one of them. So that's Chris. So the thing is, he says it could be a parabola, which isn't flat. So Johnny O is back. Hey, Johnny O, where are you? And there we have Effed Up World. I was talking about you earlier, Effed Up World. Johnny O, check Twitter, please. So, okay. All right, Johnny O, you gonna come on? I don't have a neck beard, and I haven't had a neck beard on for a week, so could get you really in here. See what I'm saying, Johnny? Got a little Johnny. Seema says we love Effed Up World. Yeah, Chronic Avenger says then he has to explain how the physics of water will remain level on such an unusual shape. Effed Up World needs a video clip. He wants me to say something for him. Should I say that for him? I mean, it's true. It is true. Effed Up World, Joe. I'll so plot hole. Yes. Let's go for next week. The plot hole. All right. Effed Up World. I will say it for you, and then I'm gonna add on what QED says. How about that? Ready? I love flat earthers, but I just can't eat a whole one. Oh, there you go. Oh, there we go. Microraptor June will do anything for love, but he won't do that. Meatloaf, right? Meatloaf. I saw that movie. I went to that in Minneapolis. There was a long tradition of Rocky Horror Picture Show playing forever. And I don't think they still do it, but they consistently, but I think they do it occasionally. So yes, I went to it one time only. It was a lot of fun. So you go. Hey, we used to have professional fools in the old days. Now we have flerfs, says Scorpio Nick. Yes. I mean, is it really any different? It's just a bunch of goofiness. I mean, you guys, it's not flat. It's just silly. Angel Gamer, did I dress in drag to go to the Rocky Horror Picture Show? I did not. It was the first time I went, so I didn't really know what to expect. I wasn't properly prepared for it. I knew that people would be like talking to the screen and stuff, but everything is scripted. It was awesome. It was awesome. I did not throw toast. I did nothing. I sat there and just kind of enjoyed the show, the spectacle. They actually had they had people on stage. I don't know if this is common or not. They had people go up on stage in front of the screen and like act out the parts of certain scenes. Yeah, it was awesome. I'm gonna do it. Oh, there you go. Did they give you the rice wrapped up in newspaper at the door? I don't remember that. My favorite part. Somebody yelled, and it was so clear. Nobody else did it. Yelled, "Hey, I put my choir of angels underneath that tarp." Something like that. And then they pull the tarp back and then angels sing. That's my most vivid memory of it. So Astro's Electrical. So Glober Mom says, Astro's Electrical Lab. I thought that since most flat earthers don't show up for debates most of the time, so they taste like chicken. Yes. I've had a good run of flatties showing up. I had it's hit or miss. You get a couple in a row that don't show, and then get a couple in a row that do. So if you saw on Facebook, I actually did like a throwdown video for Mr. Rothoth, and I tried to get him to do a throwdown video, because if he did one on me and then didn't show, I thought that would maybe encourage him to actually show up. That was a friend of mine from England suggested that. Thank you. You know who you are. Skeptic Dank is said in on Facebook here. He said Toon is up against not one but two whole ass gods. Might want to tap out of this one. Actually, I'm up against zero. They they didn't show. I wonder, does he have like multiple personalities? Is it like a big mess of thoughts up in his head, and he can't keep straight which one is talking at which time? Let's see. Man Bear Pig, will you be back on Modern Day Debates anytime soon? Good channel, but has some huge dumpster fires. So he said that he is not doing flat earth debates for a while. Which yeah, because I think he didn't want those dumpster fires so much, and they kind of got, I think he wants to have a little more serious debates. I haven't watched his other debates. I don't know if they are or are not. I'm just kind of speculating. So I don't know exactly necessarily why he wants to do other stuff. But yeah, I would go on there again. I like James. I know other people have issues with him and the moderation and stuff. But when you look at it, you're like, well, he gives a platform to some particular horrible person. So do I. So does FTFE. There's dumpster fires. Well, so does FTFE and me. I don't try to, but it happens. So I look at that and at a lot of the different complaints. I'm like, that's my channel too. So I can't say I'm not going on there because of those reasons. So, and the people that are like, I'm not gonna go watch Modern Day Debate. We get along. It's not an issue. So, Clive Wells, yes, unsub from Modern Day Debate. So yeah, if I'm on there, I'm gonna mirror it on my channel, so you won't miss it either way. Actually, I think the last time I was on there, I still have a shorty from Debate Shorties that I did not yet publish on my channel. So I will be doing that shortly. So let's see. Man Bear Pig. Some of the religious debates are terrible too. James is awesome. That's how I found you. Oh, well, awesome. Glad you found me that way. So yeah. Okay. So if they're religious debates or dumpster, I mean, yes, religious debates definitely can be dumpster fires. There's no question about that. I've listened to, there's a podcast called Unbelievable by Jason Brierly, who hosts debates that are religious debates. And he manages to have very civil conversations on there. So so I guess I'm just imagining that Justin Brierly's debates are what James's debates are in and having never watched any. So I don't know. I guess not. I guess that's not how it works. So all right, I missed a couple things there. So SEMA for $4.99 has a a super sticker that's got hearts for eyes on some creature going back and forth like this. So thank you very much for that, SEMA. Marek Zając for 5 Polish, what's the N? I don't know. We call it PlayStation Network dollars. Has no message, but thank you for that. And then Earthrise says, now I feel bad and have to super chat because Bonehead didn't show up. Yes, Bonehead didn't show up. I don't know. Let's see. This is awesome. Foam Duckery says, that's how my house caught fire. A literal dumpster fire. Are you serious? Did that really happen? Like a dumpster caught on fire and spread to your house? I mean, it's terrible, but it's funny. It's really funny. So oh, that's awesome. Oh, Stephen Smith sent me something here. Is this what is this, Stephen Smith? Do you know that I'm watching? I'm in the middle of it. He sent me, oh my goodness, sent me pictures of some broken window and stuff. Wow. Oh, there we go. I made the connection. Do you want me to show them? I'll throw them on the screen if you want. That is crazy. All right, people are gonna want to see. I mean, it's gonna be a letdown when you see. It's not that crazy, I guess, but all right. He says yes. You can see. All right, let me get it up here. Ooh, it got hot in here. I should probably turn on the air conditioner. No, not that. Hold on. That's not working. There it is. There it is. It's funny. Last debate, he's like, "Hey, can you?" Oh, that didn't show up. Can you show me the scientific method confirming gravity? Like, yeah. Do I have Discord? I do. I have Discord, Elizabeth Sylvester. It's in my description. It's my Discord server. So, oh, QED, feeling flushed? Whiskey. That's it. I don't drink often enough to know That's why I'm all of a sudden warm. All right. It's not hot in there. Your face is bright red. I'm gonna turn on the AC. Just a second here. I will give you a I gotta hold on a second. Save to downloads. So my download folder that's not, oh my goodness. I'm transferring all of my Dropbox from my 6 terabyte drive to my 12 terabyte drive. So everything's a little pokey today, including this, which isn't working well. So let's see. There we go. That'll do. I'm going to put it in Photoshop. So this is the most convoluted way to possibly get an image onto the screen. There it is. Not as a Photoshop. I want it as a PNG. PNG, where'd it go? JPEG will work. There it is, dumpster fire 1. Don't save. Yes, you're watching me work Photoshop without seeing what I'm doing. Sorry about that. But you'll enjoy the final, I think. Maybe not. But I'll turn on the air conditioner while you're enjoying it. Or not enjoying it. We shall see. There it is. DF2. Don't save. Hide. There we go. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Here it comes. Oh yeah, I'm gonna show a little bit of what what good old fake Egyptian not God guy said. That's not it. And here we go. There is the outside window. And then here is the actual dumpster. Oops, that didn't work. Oh, I did that wrong. I didn't save it as a JPEG. I saved it as a Photoshop document, which doesn't work well. I need to actually do a JPEG. There we go. And here it comes. This one right here. So there's that. What do you think of that? Hold on. Oh, that's not right. I'm going to do this and then do this. There you go. Enjoy that for just a sec. Okay. Air conditioner is on. So yeah, that's like there's a dumpster right outside the door, the window there. That's apparently caught on fire. So crazy there. And Effed Up World sent me something. Yeah, that's not real. Sent me it. Oh, he has a video of his logo on a dumpster with FTFE logo inside the dumpster on fire. Very nice. Oh my goodness. Am I gonna refill on that sweet moonshine? I can. It's a good idea. Actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get the little the ice. They're granite. Just a second, I'll get that. This will be like 20 seconds. Hold on. Did it wrong. Did it wrong. There we go. Here it is. Okay. Back. So this little baggie has the actual, like, the ice. Oh, and they're cold. I have a deep freeze. There we go. Yeah, throw granite marbles into a fragile glass container. Nothing better than that. Is if I go down far enough, you'll see the ship in there. So there, you see a little bit of the sticking out the top there. See that? It's pretty cool. It's hard to get, yeah, because the glass reflects. So it's really hard to see into it. So there it is. Okay. So that's, yep. That is how his house kind of, that's crazy. So, right. Yeah, it is a pretty cool ship in the bottle. So, they're supposed to be asteroids. Yeah, it was really cool. My kids thought to get that for me. Not because I drink much alcohol, but because it's globe. So I have so many. I have like a dresser over here, and on top of it is just full of stuff that people have given me and different things. So anyway, one more time I will call. I'm sure he won't show. He has a problem with commitments. I mean, he told me today was the day. It's his time. I'm officially a globehead now. It's from Quickie, and Quickie says, "Did all 33 of your kids ship in $2 each to get you that?" Yeah, I suppose. I have no idea how much it cost. Yeah. Nothing at all. To nobody's surprise, I think. So, he might be using Moose instead of Zoom. All right. I'm a cheap date. Say that. Corbin X was looking forward to schooling this dude in ancient Egyptian mythology. And yeah, Old School says, in the words of the Incredible Hulk, puny God. You shouldn't capitalize God because he doesn't deserve that. Even so. Oh, that's right. I was going to show. He is a rather horrible person. And if you know who he is, you'll see his name here briefly. If you know who he is, he's an absolutely terrible person. If you find him on Facebook, he sent this to somebody. I cannot read it, but there you go. He sent that to somebody right there, to the same person. Yes. Is that horrible? That's horrible. This person, he doesn't deserve anything Oh, what a terrible person. Um, here's another one. A little hard to read. I'm not gonna read it, but same person he said this. I mean, there's nothing redeemable about this person. Nothing. Elizabeth can't read it. I'm not gonna read it out loud. I'll zoom it. How about this? I'll zoom it and zoom it in and scroll. And yeah, and he can't write English. The guy that claims that he is the light of wisdom can't write. This is the skill level of writing that he has. Right? Yeah, you still can't read it. Nobody should. I don't blame you for not reading it. I don't know why somebody winds up that terrible. Yeah, that's the guy claiming to be somehow the incarnation of both Egyptian gods Ra and Thoth. Somehow the light of wisdom, as he calls himself. Yes. That this poor soul, he needs Jeebus. He needs something. Maybe he could live in one of those places where they put you in a coat where you hug yourself all the time. That might be a good place for him. So yeah, I had him and Horatio on last week at the same time. Quite horrible. Yeah, if you've experienced it, he'll send you a stream of 100 pictures and then say, how is this possible? I'm sorry, you don't understand things. You want me to give you free education that you will reject? Nah. Nope. Elizabeth, he's not a god with that terrible grammar and attitude. No kidding. He's not the light of wisdom. So, yeah, Santos is wow, why is it? I mean, there are horrible people everywhere. But in flat earth, there is a high percentage of absolute horribleness. Santos is one. I sent him an email challenging him to debate. He doesn't even answer. Dubé, horrible person. Flat Earth millionaire, horrible person. Looked up his records. No, you don't want to meet him. Horatio, terrible. Simon Ramos, Nathan Thompson, Nathan Oakley, Dell. These people are terrible. Roberto Reeves, awful, horrible people. Why such a huge percentage of them? Why? Right? You got some good. F the world, Joe. Joe Hill, nice guy. I'd like to hang out with you. Sorry, Chris Curtis, who I just had on last week. Great guy. I would hang out with him. But so many. Lifers need to feel special. Sorry, that should be special needs. You choose the most horrible people, but then again, you're right. They all seem to be flat earthers and conspiracy theorists, and that's the thing. I think, Elizabeth, that it's just a large percentage of conspiracy theorists are quite horrible, and part of the reason is it's a problem with their thinking process, right? Being a horrible person is from a flawed thinking process. Being into conspiracy theories is from a flawed thinking process. So they run hand in hand. So that there's this professor. He used to be a professor in the 90s, and in 2000 he quit being a professor, and I'm pretty sure he lost his mind. Professor Leake. He invented a product to protect you, he says, from 5G by harmonizing the waves, which is all BS. That doesn't work at all. And so, because he's a professor, ex-professor, somehow you're supposed to believe him. He goes up to a mountaintop. Get this. He goes up to a mountaintop, goes into a trance, collects magical particles that he calls Leake particles. Yes, he named it after himself. Puts it onto stickers, each particle onto a sticker. And then they put the sticker onto a USB stick. And that protects you from harmful, they say, radiation, which of course doesn't actually exist. Low power radio frequency isn't harmful. Thousands and thousands of studies. So it's a solution to a problem that doesn't exist. But it's only $350 or $400 for this device. So he lost his mind, right? He didn't get to where he is because of logical thinking, right? So see you later, Astro's Electronics Lab. So yeah, it's just kind of a, I don't know, lost his mind. So anyway, maybe he should test his device with ionizing radiation. And that's the problem. I don't know if that one, there's a bunch of different snake oil that claims to protect you from 5G and stuff, but there are some of them that claim to protect you from ionizing radiation, which in reality is a safe thing for them to advertise in a way, because people generally aren't exposed to high amounts of ionizing radiation. But should somebody be dumb enough to think that this little USB stick could protect them from ionizing radiation as their marketing claims, they could go into an area of high ionizing radiation thinking they are safe, and then get sick, and potentially they could pass away from this ionizing radiation. That's how snake oil can be dangerous. They promise something that cannot be true, and people believe it. So anyway, it makes me sad sometimes, but it angers me too, because it's not just the people that are buying these expensive products are often don't have the money, and it's a false hope. I have, let's see if I can find it. I have a sticker. My sister gave me a sticker to put on my phone. I never did. She called me like, hey, I got these stickers to put on your phone to protect you. I'm like, oh, I can tell it doesn't work. He goes, how do you know? Because you're talking to me, right? If it blocks the radiation, then the phone would stop working. But people aren't smart enough to even figure out that basic thing. And of course, they believe the marketing where the marketing is like, oh, it doesn't block it, it harmonizes it through nano quantum technology. What's nano quantum technology? It's BS. It's just made up stuff. How are you feeling from the alcohol, and why do you have a cough? This makes me cough. So there you go. I do sometimes have like seasonal allergy stuff that makes me cough too. So, I forgot to tell you, I started downloading the newish NASA software today. Check Discord later. Newish NASA software. Awesome. Does it help you to does it help you to get better seating at the amphitheater on the secret NASA moon base? I shouldn't have said that. Hold on a second. Oh, ooh, I let that slip. Just a second. I gotta. All right, there we go. Never mind what I just said. Didn't happen. Moonshadow. Why are we surprised about flat earthers? The community level of intellect ineptitude is predicted by the median IQ of 101 in the United States and other Western countries. True. There is the bottom 0.001% of intelligent people. They are the target market for flat earthers. What is it you drink, and is there something other than liquid in glass? It is Crown Royal, and there are yeah, it is a, these are granite globes. Oh. and it says have another glass. Hail Santa. Oh my gosh. Oh. Okay. QED. Infamous Grizzly, join the live stream. MC Toot is. I'm not. Maybe a little. Got something going. It's your best shot. Is Infamous Grizzly a flerf? Hey, if flerfs, let me know. Send me an email. I'll send you a link. All right, what does the granite do? You put the granite in the freezer, and then you put it in the glass, and it chills the contents. All right. Microraptor makes more sense. Yeah, makes more sense than a flerf. All right. Actually, somebody get Team Skeptic here. Oh, I do, Clifford Reynolds. I do on occasion, not much. Rarely enough that this is something. You know what? Tell you what. I'm gonna. Where'd it go? I'm gonna. Yeah, I need to be more careful with the bottle now. All right. I'm going to. I bet you Team Skeptic is.
This meeting is being recorded.
Oop, hold on. Turn that off. Team Skeptic. I'm gonna send him a link. If I come in and pretend to be a flirt, maybe Alyssa will give me a free trip to Australia and a free flying lesson, says Microraptor. Yeah, totally. Oh, it's 12. It's 12:20. I have, so you know, I have a video coming out Thursday on part 3 of the legal case against 5G. This one I'm just, it went pretty vicious against the lawyer. I think the lawyer is just scamming people. So be looking for that. She will hate it. I mean, she'll love it. She's gonna totally love it. No, she'll hate it. She'll really hate it. All right. Oh, so I don't think Team Skeptic's around, but planar walk is. There we go. Sent him a link. Elizabeth said, do I like snakes? I've never eaten one, I guess. Tell Team Skeptic it's Whiskey Wednesday. It technically is Wednesday, Central Time. Phil Bell says, your guests are usually entertaining. In a thought experiment, how do you imagine a debate with Sleeping Warrior would go? I have one time briefly spoken with Sleeping Warrior on Jose's stream. And he could not stay on topic, which is one thing. It was cordial. It was short, but it was cordial. How would it go? Well, first of all, he redefines science like kind of the Oakley group does, to be something other than science. They call it science, which is very confusing then, because it's not science. So they should call it something else. Like Robotham actually had the honesty, the integrity to call his idea something other than science. He called it Zeteticism. So we got a planar walk in the house. Hold on a second. They can hear you, but not see you yet. You gotta set
Ahoy hoy.
Ahoy hoy. How are you?
How's it going? I'm doing well, and you?
Super. I'm great. I haven't seen you forever, man. Let's see. There it is.
Yeah.
There we go. It's winter for you, huh?
Yeah, it gets really annoying in winter because things are cold, and I don't like things being cold. Maybe I'll put on my jacket for the stream. I've got a really snazzy looking jacket. I'll grab it real quick.
Yeah, Brian Leake wants to come in. He's gonna show his well, I'll wait for. Do you know?
So
do you know,
this is the
do you know Brian Leake?
who?
Brian Leake. He wants to join.
No.
Let's see. Do I have? He's a flat earther. He's often on there it is. He's often on Jose's. I'm gonna send him a Zoom link. So so you know, I've had a few of these. So, and I just got a super chat to have another glass. So, I may tag you in. So there you go.
Oh, we're already live.
Oh yeah, we're live. I've been live for
Okay.
for over an hour. So yeah, sorry you didn't know that, but it's all right. You're always ready. You're a professional.
Yes.
Right. NASA has trained you well. What did now hold on a second. You still have that 1,000 behind you. On the paper.
Oh yeah,
you said
Yeah,
when you crossed 10,000 you were going to change it.
Yeah, I've been trying to, but it's like getting the wood and trying to do all the carving stuff. Like I've got to try and there's this person that said that they're going to give me some like redwood, and the redwood I still haven't received it, and apparently it's like a really good block as well.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Yeah.
I'm
thinking.
They're wondering why you're not upside down. I'm sorry. I have the NASA filter on. I'll turn it off. There we go. I turned off the NASA upside down filter. Microraptor appreciates how you handle trans topics. As you do it well. There you go.
Oh, thank you. It does help when you know some trans people to be able to handle those topics, I think.
So earlier, Elizabeth Sylvester asked if I like snakes, and I answered that I've never eaten one, so I don't know. I was kidding. I knew she didn't mean eating them, but she said, I didn't ask if you've ever had a snake to eat. I meant as an animal. I have pet snakes, but ball pythons and western hognoses. I have no problem with snakes. We have Brian Leake. I'm gonna have to fix the NASA filter.
I'm just gonna stay off camera, man, if that's okay.
Okay. Sounds good. So hold on. I'm gonna do this. Gallery. Hide non-video participants. There we go. Back to normal. So, all right, Brian, you were going to present. What were you going to present? Something for.
Yeah, it's a model that I mapped out. Just a mathematical refraction model. I mean, it's kind of ad hoc. It's the same thing as the globe refraction. It just like with the 7/6R and the way they adjust that, it's nonlinear. And it hold on, is my microphone all right, or could it be better?
I think it sounds okay.
Let me see something. Okay, well, if it sounds okay, is that better or worse?
Sounds the same to me.
Okay, well, shit, I'm putting it back the way it was. Okay, so the model, the refraction model that like Rumpus and I'll say who's the guy? Anyway, I can't think of the guy's name who they used for refraction. The guy, that professor.
Andrew Young?
Yeah. Andrew Young. I think Rumpus mentioned something about, talking to him, and that's who told him that it wasn't mirage or anything. It wasn't looming. It was standard refraction is why we see the horizon so far. Yeah. Like black swan. So that's that's a nonlinear refraction model. So I just said, well, man, if they can do that, then I'm basically just going to make a flat Earth refraction model. And I just took the first thing I did is I looked at the distances in the severe northern hemisphere to the North Pole. And man, they were a little bit wildly inconsistent, man. I advise anybody to check that out
what
to
do you
confirm
mean?
that.
What do you mean?
Well, let me give you, okay, so if it's 69 degrees per mile, 69 miles per degree, then you would expect something at at latitude, let's say 20, you would expect it to be around 1,400 miles, right?
To the North Pole?
Right.
Okay.
And you just get some inconsistencies. Okay. All right. I'll just say, for the sake of speeding this up, maybe it's me, but if you want to check it out,
I think it's probably just you.
Okay. Well, I'll go with that for the sake of speeding this up. Okay. Because I don't have any evidence of that, just what I've seen. But anyway, so I just did the math and everything on the angles, and basically I come out with a model. Let me see. So I come out with a model based on the sun set from the North Pole to the equator is 6,100 miles. Okay. And the height of Polaris I have gauged at 3,655 miles. Okay. The sun elevation I have about 100 miles less than that, and the moon about 100 miles less than that. Okay. And the way I did this refraction model is when you get to 60%, there is no refraction. When anything,
hold on, 60% of what?
60 degrees, I meant. Okay, thanks. When you get to 60 degrees of looking out.
That's Anchorage, Alaska.
No. Hold on. I kind of jumping the gun by saying that, but just follow me,
Okay.
and you'll put it together in a second. So basically, it starts from 100%. Okay, at 1 degree, it's 100% of my refraction, which I'll tell you in a second, and then it goes to 99 at 2 degrees, 98 at 3, 97, and then when it starts getting higher, it drops a little faster. But by the time it gets to 60 degrees, so when you're looking out in the distance, by the time you're looking 60 degrees up in the sky, above the horizon, there's no refraction at all, or very little. Okay, so what it is, the refraction is it's light refracting upward at 6 inches per mile squared, and the percentage at 1 degree. In other words, basically everything we see off in the distance, even mountains like Canigou, is well under 1 degree. So any terrestrial observations we have are going to be within the one, maybe a smidge over 1 degree. So basically everything off on the horizon is going to be 100% refraction with 6 inches per mile squared, because 8 inches just didn't work. Okay. But it works with terrestrial observations. It works with the sun setting, and it works with Polaris, all the angles to Polaris. If you want, I can send you, I have it on paper. But anyway, I graphed this out. I put this on a graph, and it made like a perfect parabola, man. I was surprised when I seen it. Like, I just have graph paper, and I charted it, and I was pleased when I seen it, because
So, all right,
this kind of matches 8 inches per mile squared.
let me just go ahead, Planar Walk.
I just want to ask, what do you know about refraction? Like, what do you know about how refraction works?
I know that it's not as consistent as they like to say, I know that, okay, I think this, okay? If light is curving, you attribute looming to light refracting downwards, okay, making something look higher.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you attribute that to a pressure gradient. Okay. But now I can show you demonstrations of a guy about 100 feet away, 2 inches off the warehouse floor, several of these, but a guy 2 inches off the warehouse floor with a camera just sitting there, just recording lights, which are also about 1 inch or 2 off the ground. And then he opens his garage door and lets cold air in. And all of a sudden, the lights disappear for a minute until the air equalizes out. Well, when the sun comes out, now the sun refraction is said to be more during the heat of the day. That's what George Nutsack would say. Or I don't want to talk shit about him. His house just burned down.
You probably don't need to insult him.
Yeah. Man, I hope his dog wasn't in there, dude. I hope Con wasn't in there, man. Golly. I don't even want to know if he was, dude. I hate thinking about shit like that. But yeah, I'm all support to him, man. I'll call him George Numchuck tonight, man. But he knows I'm cool with him.
It's
anyway,
George. Just so people know at home, George Natchik. He lives in northern Minnesota.
George,
where I
Natchik. Okay.
where I live in Minnesota.
How close are you to George?
He's on the very far north edge of Minnesota, and I'm in Minneapolis area, which is mostly towards the south. We're about an hour from or 60 miles from the Iowa border.
Okay. You like the Twins and the Vikings?
Is that a sports ball reference?
Yeah. Okay. If you don't even know the reference, then the Twins and the Vikings.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Minnesota Twins and the Minnesota Vikings.
This is my sport. I like this.
Yeah. There you go. Okay. So anyway, and then plus Jesse Kozlowski, I've heard it across the board. Correct me if I'm wrong, but refraction
you're probably wrong.
in your model. Well, I got it from them, so it wouldn't surprise me. But I'm just going off what they said. So they say that they claim that refraction is greater in the evening and in the morning and during the night.
Yeah,
when the sun is out.
It peaks. Refraction peaks typically later in the evening, like quite a bit after sunset.
Okay. So based on your model, then that's perfect. But my argument to that would be, okay, if it's based on a gradient, temperature, pressure, whatever, gradient you want to call it.
Hold on. It's based on measurements. So, okay, go ahead.
Right. Which match your model. Right. It's not based on measurements, because if I go survey 5 miles down a beach and I close my loop, even double rod, I'm going to get no. Listen, you're going to tell me that I'm working my way around the globe. I'm going to say
refraction. No, the refraction, the quantity of refraction, is based on measurements.
I lost you for a second, man.
The the quantity of refraction at different times of day is based on measurements, not on modeling.
Right.
Measurements.
No. It's 100% based on your model.
mctune.net/refraction has numerous studies of refraction measurements.
Right, but listen, if you're looking at something, okay, off in the distance, whether it be 100 yards, whether it be a mile, okay, if you can't base where, okay, if the best way I could say it is if I take my instrument and I go survey 5 miles down the beach, okay, and I double rod, making sure I'm keeping the same angle, but you'll still say, I could go and close.
Have you done this?
Yes, no, I've went almost 2 miles. But I've talked to surveyors who do it every day.
Okay.
Planar surveying, state planar surveying. How do you think?
Not geodetic
do these
surveys.
surveys,
Okay.
man? Right, exactly. Not geodetic surveys. Geodetic surveyors do state lines and shit like that. They're not elevation. We do not make our maps based on geodetic surveys, except for mathematically.
Actually, they do.
Just so you know.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, anyway. Well, if you take your instrument, the same thing will happen. They won't argue this, okay? But what they will say is that I'm curving, like every time I set up my device, my instrument, that I'm changing my angle, okay? I've got a couple arguments for that, but for the sake of argument, okay, it's possible. But if it is not, then it's just, you're just basing the refraction model. I mean, you're basing the refraction on your model, whether it's true
refraction
or not.
On measurements.
On measurements on a globe, right?
Hold on, I do want to say, do you know how refraction, like all the different components
I'm trying to get to my point, man. I'm trying to get to my point.
No,
really, I'm trying to get to the point, and I'm catching some friction here.
Hold on, can I just ask you,
do you know
about Snell's law?
Yeah, but that's changing mediums, bro. That's changing mediums, bro. I'm not trying to talk about Snell's law.
Well, refraction is Snell's law. You
still tend to.
You can't.
So you're trying to apply Snell's law to terrestrial refraction now?
Absolutely.
Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. That's wonderful. Okay. Well, anyway, let me say my point, because you'll probably have a lot more contention for it when I get to it. Okay. So the point being is that the density, the air temperature and density or pressure are pretty much hand in hand, according to the gas laws, right? I mean, can you agree with me on that?
Air pressure and density are based on.
I mean, temperature. I meant to say temperature and pressure are tied at the hip,
the ideal gas law. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so PB equals energy. Okay, so basically, as you go up, here's my whole point. I'm just going to cut right to the chase. Okay, so my claim is when the sun's out in the heat of the day, no matter where you're at, it's heating up the ground. Okay, and so the surface, especially over water, with the sun beaming off of it, or should I say especially like asphalt, but any ground's going to heat up when the sun is out. And so it's going to be hotter. Okay, it's going to, over the water, it's going to evaporate more water, and water vapor is way less dense than air. Okay, the water vapor. So that would refract, and that's pretty consistent, if you're looking out over the ocean or especially if you're looking 6,000 miles at a setting sun, you're going to have a pretty consistent refraction gradient, just like you have a pressure gradient. And but it's based on water vapor and the sun being overhead. So I would say
you're ignoring temperature then.
What do you mean temperature?
Well, you're using water vapor and ignoring temperature.
Well, if you look up, according to Blue Marble Science, and what he read to us on Jose's is that temperature comes second, the pressure comes first. Okay, so in other words,
but you were talking, yeah. But pressure is consistent. Pressure is consistent at. Hold on. I have on screen right now measurements of the coefficient of refraction at different times of day. Do you see that?
Okay, flatten the ground and then draw
Hold
your
on.
graph.
No. This is not over. This is not topography. This is time.
Yeah, well, don't get stuck in your model.
This is
Think about
time.
if it's
This
concave,
isn't-
map it out concave, and then map it out flat.
This isn't a model, and this has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. This is strictly
Are you sure
about
about that? Because
this
what
is.
you have is
Hold
a
on.
curving.
I was
you
in
have
the
your
middle of a.
atmosphere curving, bro.
I was in the middle of a sentence there.
I'm just
okay?
trying to stop you, bro.
Yeah.
I'm trying to stop you because
I'm trying to
your
not have
atmosphere
you
is
stop
curving,
me.
bro.
I'm trying
your
to
atmosphere
not
not
have
curving?
you stop me.
All right, bro. Go ahead.
I'm specifically telling you that these are measurements. This is not a model. This is measurements of the coefficient of refraction over time. All
On a
right,
curved surface with a curved atmosphere, correct?
this is measurements. It doesn't take into account.
I just told you about
anything.
measurements, man. You can ignore it, bro, or you can acknowledge it.
It has nothing to do with anything regarding
Bro.
shape of the Earth or topography. This is strictly
Okay.
about the coefficient of refraction. That's all you're looking
Okay.
at.
Okay.
Based on the time of
you're
day.
not basing it on a curved atmosphere, right?
It
Okay.
has
Right.
nothing
Well-
to do with the shape of the atmosphere. This is
Okay.
just.
Well, what I
this is-
heard, what
hold
I
on.
heard was
I'm
that
not done.
with the-
I'm not done explaining what you're looking at. So just wait, okay? Got
Dude,
it.
you're stuck on a fucking sphere, bro. You won't even
This has
model it on a flat Earth
nothing-
or
this
concave
has
Earth. That
Nothing
means
to
you're not even
do.
worth talking to, bro.
This has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. This is strictly
so
about
if the atmosphere pressure gradient is curving,
the
it has
measure.
nothing to do with it.
No. This
I
is
gotta stop
the
you, dude.
this is the measured coefficient of refraction over
On a
time.
curved atmosphere,
all.
bro.
It has nothing to do with the shape of the atmosphere.
Good to know.
This is
Good
the
to know.
measurement.
So they're doing it on a flat atmosphere, then, right?
It has nothing to do with the shape of the atmosphere. I think that you didn't
Dude.
hear me the 7 times that I already said it.
Wait a
This has
minute.
nothing
This-
to do with the shape of the atmosphere. There's another time for you.
Fucking obtuse.
This is
Listen, if the
this is-
sunlight is
This is nothing to do with the shape of the atmosphere. This is measured coefficient of refraction. That's it.
based
over
on
time.
what? Light? Based on light, correct?
It's light, how much it bends through the air between 2 different measuring apparatuses. That's all it is. That's
Okay,
all
now you
you're
ready
looking
to hear
at.
me? Are you ready to listen yet?
No,
Okay,
because
now,
I didn't finish explaining to you what it is that you're looking at.
Bro, you're preaching to
so
me. You're chanting
I
like a priest.
I don't care. I don't give a damn what you think. I'm
You
explaining
don't
to
want
you.
new knowledge, do you? You don't,
I'm
you don't want to be
explaining
informed
to
what
you-
I learned
I-
from Blue and George and all them.
I'm explaining to you these measurements. It
You're
has nothing to
explaining
do
what
with the
Jay
model.
did. You didn't do this, bro. So don't act
I
like
have-
you did.
I don't give a damn that you don't care that I did it or
But
not. It
You're
doesn't
not
matter.
considering that the
There is
atmosphere's curving, bro.
it has nothing to do with the shape of the atmosphere. This is
Then what
this
does
is
it have
strict-
to do with? It has to do with light in the atmosphere,
this
right?
this is the curving of the light through the atmosphere between 2 different.
Whoa, it doesn't have nothing to do with the
Shut up.
atmosphere.
Shut
No,
up.
You just said
Shut
that
up.
had nothing to fucking do with it, dude.
Shut up.
Now you're being a liar.
Shut up. Shut up.
You just said
This.
atmosphere.
Shut up.
A second
Shut
ago,
up.
You said the fucking curve and didn't
Shut
have
up.
nothing to do with it.
Shut
No,
up.
dude, you're not gonna lie
Shut
right in my
up.
fucking face, dude.
Shut up. Shut up. I'm explaining
Dude,
to
you're
you what it
drinking
is.
tonight, man.
Shut up. I'm explaining to you what it is that you're looking at, and you
Bullshit,
won't
you
shut.
fucking just said the
You
sphere
won't
didn't matter.
shut your mouth long enough to hear. You are
If you'd
too.
have stopped
You are
at the
too
beginning, you'd have
ignorant.
give me the correct
You are
argument,
too
bro.
ignorant to just listen. So shut up.
Bro, I've
And
fucking
shut
heard
up.
this 100 times.
Shut up. You've not heard
I've
this
never
once.
heard somebody
Shut
say
up.
that it doesn't have nothing
Shut
to do
up.
with the atmosphere than that it
Shut up.
does. I've
Shut
never
up.
heard somebody lie in
Shut
the
up.
second sentence.
Shut up. Shut up and listen. Shut up and
Dude,
listen.
I'm not gonna shut
This
up
is
until you correct
this is
yourself. I'm
this
not gonna
is this
shut up,
is
bro. I'm not gonna
strictly
shut up. You might as well kick me. I'm not gonna let you
strictly-
lie, bro.
this
you
is
just said
strictly-
it had nothing to do with a sphere.
it has
You
nothing
just
to
said
do
it had nothing to
with
do
the
a
shape of
sphere.
the
Then you
earth.
said,
Okay.
then you said
Okay,
it's light in
I've-
the atmosphere.
I might be able
You
to
need
offer
to-
a bit of clarification here. So we say that light is traveling through the atmosphere. That doesn't mean that it's based on that doesn't mean that it's based on a sphere. Like if I measure a ball being thrown through atmosphere, that doesn't mean that I'm basing the measurements of that ball being thrown
Bro,
through the
I've
atmosphere
read
on
all
a
that, and it
sphere.
has to do with with a curved gradient, a curved pressure gradient, and he's not acknowledging it.
No, that's nothing to do with what
All right.
MC Tuna is talking about here. It's to do with how much light curves. It doesn't matter what
Yeah.
shape the Earth is. It just
All right.
it's just the coefficient that he's talking about.
Yeah, all right. He's too stupid to shut his damn mouth. So I'll explain for the audience, because he won't shut his stupid mouth long enough just to listen and
Bro,
learn.
why are you saying that, bro? You need to fix your statement, dude.
All right. Shut up. You're too stupid, Brian, to even listen, Brian. So listen up, Brian. I'll explain to you. You won't hear because you're too stupid to listen. The audience will listen. This is on my website at mctoon.net/refraction. This is measurements of the coefficient of refraction. The coefficient of refraction strictly deals with the radius of the arc of light between two apparatuses, the source of the light and the receiver of the light. That's all it is. This is measuring the radius of that arc over time. This was done on a sunny day. You can see up until 6 p.m. and then later, somewhere around 8:30, maybe 7 or 8:30, it dips down to the lowest coefficient of refraction. Then, after that, I don't know exactly what time the sun set, but it's right around there. The coefficient of refraction goes up sharply. The radius of the arc of the light drastically increases because of the gradient of temperature and pressure. Peaking at just under 18, it's unitless, so it's the K of 18 at, let's see, 12, 13, maybe 14, right? So that's, oh yeah, whatever time, sorry. Peaking then, right? And then later it comes back down. So it peaks in the middle of the night there. When the sun is down, it peaks, okay? That's all I needed to say. And you were too rude to just shut your stupid mouth and listen. So I'll unmute you now, and we'll see if you, I don't even know if you're still there. All right.
It's probably still going off.
Here we go.
No, I'm not going off, dude.
All right.
I always thought it was based on a curved pressure gradient. On a curved pressure gradient was my understanding of it. That's all I was trying to say. You wouldn't acknowledge it. What the fuck?
You were interrupting
Get past
me.
it. You said it's not a curved pressure gradient, bro. And I say, yes, it's based on the globe model curved pressure gradient.
Has
The
nothing to do
atmosphere.
with the shape of the air between the two devices.
Nothing to do with the
there we go.
atmosphere, right?
All right, go ahead. Present your model based on not measurements.
No, dude, you're not even acknowledging. I mean, I will present the model, but you're saying, so it wasn't done in an atmosphere? It wasn't based on the atmosphere? The curved pressure gradient, bro.
Go ahead, present your model.
All right, I could take a picture and send it. But anyway, so the math is this, okay? So here's the math, okay? The math is 100% at 1 degree, like I said, 99% at
100% of what?
98% at 3, 90.
What's this?
100% of 6 inches per mile squared. So here's what you do. What you do is you base your mileage. Let's say, just take an easy, let's say.
What
we'll
is
go to,
this?
like,
What does this
60
parabola have
degrees.
to do with anything?
No, that's just how it mapped out on graph paper. Okay, so check this out. So you take the distance of Polaris. Let's say we're at 15 degrees latitude. Okay.
Okay.
That puts Polaris at what? 15 degrees in the sky, right?
Yes, that's amazing. It's actually the opposite.
Okay.
It's 90 minus 15. But go ahead.
Yeah. No, it's opposite. So what you do is you
Which
hold on a
would
second.
be
So
what?
You
How
get,
much
you
is
get
that?
your distance. You get your distance.
75 people.
75. Get your distance. So listen,
There you
dude.
go. Good job. Good job. I did the math for you.
Dude, if you're gonna be a smart ass, bro, then why am I going to tell you this?
I mean, you're just here for entertainment.
Yeah. Well, fuck off, dude.
I know what to do. Oh, I know what to do.
Okay, what you do if you want to.
What?
Okay, so what you do is you take and get the distance between that latitude and the North Pole. Okay.
Okay, I'll draw it out. You keep going. I'll
So
draw it
just
out.
divide it by. Huh?
Nobody knows.
What?
Yeah, just draw it out. Divide it. Hold on, man. I'm getting distracted. Hold on. Not distracted. I can't call my grandson a distraction, but anyway. Okay, so you figure 6,100. Okay, so divide 6,100 by 15.
How's that?
Divide 15 by 6,100. Let me see. I can't see it.
I can only see it on stream, not on. I don't know if you have your camera on.
Oh, am I? Oh, did I turn? I turned off my camera. Hold on. I'll turn my camera back on.
Okay. So yeah. So you get your distance.
There we go.
So the distance. So I'm asking that you get the distance based on 6,100 miles from the North Pole to the equator, which is pretty much matches up with the globe. Okay.
Pretty much. Okay.
Okay. So now hold on. Give me 1 second.
It's yeah, okay. It's 10,000 kilometers or 60 times 90. 5,400 nautical miles.
Yeah, well, I didn't do it in nautical miles. Hold on a second.
I can do it in imperial miles.
70.
It's I like to do it in starting in nautical miles because the math is so much easier. 6,214.
Okay, hold on.
$6,214 miles from the North Pole to the equator. You're doing some math?
406.
All right, hold on. I got a couple things to read. Hold on. We got a listen that said, just joined in. Might as well bring out the classic. Why is all navigation based on the globe? Also, Flatty, shut up when you're being educated for free. Plater Walk, what's it like down there? Is it cold?
Down in yeah, it is. Well, that's why I put the jacket on, because it is getting rather cold this time of year. Although I have been told that the temperatures we get down here are nothing compared to the temperatures you get over in America or Canada during the winter. Apparently, you guys have much. Apparently, it gets into the negatives, more than negative 10 degrees.
Yeah, negative 30 Fahrenheit is we usually get a couple days under there in the winter, like overnight.
But what's that in proper units?
I only know freedom units for temperature. I can do
I want that in Kelvin.
I can do. Wait, I'm only going to do Fahrenheit-based absolute temperature, which is, it starts with an R. People, what is the Fahrenheit absolute zero temperature? There's a name for it. I've never used it before. Because if you're going to go to absolute zero, you're always in Kelvin. But
yeah, I do actually work in Celsius. Like here, it's sometimes I think it just gets to like -1 or 2 here at work.
That's it. Let's see. There's the name for it.
Let me.
So it's. Am I right that it starts with an R? That's not the article I wanted. Did somebody? Yeah, somebody says do it in sheep units. I don't think there's is there a sheep unit for temperature? I don't know.
So currently it is 4 degrees Celsius right now, but that is 39 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, that's nothing. Well, that's nice. That's toasty. There, Rankine scale is absolute zero Fahrenheit. I want to do Rankine to. I want to do. Let's see. Oh, I did not type that well. But Google will fix it for me. All right. So negative 30 is 429 Rankine. That does no good for you. Celsius. Negative 34 Celsius. There you go. That's pretty
Jeez.
common. Pretty common in Minnesota. Not every winter, but we do get that. Yep. I think definitely this last we had a couple in January, February that went that low. So, all right, Brian, are you still there, Brian? No. Okay.
I was just going to say, then again, when it comes to the temperature, I really enjoyed Australia's temperature. It was always nice. Well, this was in Byron Bay when I went over there. It was always nice. I think it was always above 20 degrees Celsius, which, and this was in the winter, right? So if I go,
dude, Australia's a big place. They have, I think, pretty sure they have variation in temperature even on the same day across the continent, island.
Oh, so. This is in Byron Bay. We always had temperatures above 68 Fahrenheit in the winter.
All right, Brian says he muted himself and couldn't unmute because I had changed that. All right, so there we go.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, this is how you do it. Okay. On the model, just a quick and easy way to figure out your distance with your latitude. It's based on 6100. So just take 6100 and divide 6100 by 90 degrees, and then multiply that times 15, because we're going to go with that as the latitude. Whatever you get, just subtract that from the 6100.
6100 divided
by 90. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And then, instead of doing it times 15 and then subtracting, just do it times 75. So whatever you got, just multiply that times 75. Should be like 5,000. And
why did I do 6100 divided by 90?
Well, and my model from the North Pole to the equator is 6100.
But that doesn't match reality. Reality is 6,214.
Okay, if it makes you feel better, do that then.
I mean, your model could use that. I mean, it's instantly wrong if you want that, but...
Well, the first thing I did was try to test measurements from their latitude to the North Pole, and they don't match. Okay, around the world, they don't match your model. From 75 degrees up, they're wildly inconsistent.
Yeah, so
they don't match the globe.
So,
well, they match perfectly the globe, but if your model doesn't match,
okay,
then
pick
your
3 spots.
Wrong. Yeah.
Pick 3 areas. Okay.
Okay.
3 cities, and then Google distance from them to the North Pole that are above 80 degrees latitude. I mean, this is how I started the whole model, was trying to get the distance to the North Pole. And I just got anything up way.
Hold on, 3 cities north of 80 degrees?
Yeah. And then find out the distance
from them
to the North Pole.
Are there cities north of 80 degrees?
Well, just find the 3 northerlymost cities you can find that are main cities, and then see what their latitude says, and then get distance to the North Pole.
Okay. All right. Northernmost settlements. Let's go off of cities and go all the way to settlements. So you've got I mean, the northernmost one listed here is Camp Barneo at Arctic Ocean Ice Sheet, which is
MC. Michael, if the ground wasn't curving, wouldn't it be a little shorter anyway? You can't give you the benefit of the fucking 100 miles just to test the model.
What?
I said if the ground was flat, wouldn't it be a little shorter anyway?
The distance is the distance. It has nothing to do with. It's been measured. We don't.
Yeah, it's exactly. I told you how the measurement works. You just have never surveyed, so you don't understand. I'm sorry. Laugh what you want, bud. If you got to put curvature corrections on planar surveys, bro. Because when we go out in the real world and survey, we don't measure the curvature. We go couple hundred foot at a time.
Yeah, you can't go far. And if you go far, you have to not do it, and you have to bring in somebody else. I understand.
Hey, you can change our measurements, okay? Don't say it's measured, because it's not measured. It's calculated.
Your measurements. I don't care about planar survey measurements.
Planar surveys, the topographical, the elevations, all state planar surveys. All we get's what we read in the fucking through the scope, bro. Okay, and it's not curvature. The curvature corrections are added to surveys.
I mean, I haven't received a survey, so.
Well, get a transit, bro. Get a laser. Go, just go. They'll say you're curving around the globe, but you won't read that.
Yeah, no. All right. Sorry. Life in the northernmost cities and towns. So we got this Nye Alsund, which I probably mispronounced. Is a far north city. Let's see here.
What's its latitude?
Its latitude is 78 degrees 55 minutes north.
Okay. Now Google how far it is from there to the North Pole. Just put it, and then do the same thing with three others or two others.
Like Google Maps.
Just Google whatever. Just whatever you do, use the same three so they correspond.
Google whatever.
Yeah, you can Google it. Just all you gotta do is say, "Hey Google, how far is blah blah to the North Pole?" Just make sure you do the same with all three.
All right. So here we go. Here is Nye Alsund Post Office, which is on this Svalbard.
Another thing
Island.
you could do is check Google and then check a couple other references, and they just don't line up, man. As my point is, there you have inconsistency up there, and I can see why, dude. I mean, the North Pole is a little. I mean, I don't know, man.
Distance between Alsund, Norway, and the North Pole. 1,904 miles. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, write it down. Check a couple other ones.
All right, I'll write that down. So I get a new piece of paper for this. This is good.
Yeah.
This is,
Now Google it and ask how far it is, and then do.
I just
cross.
did.
You got to cross reference something.
I did. I said distance. Alsund, Norway to the North Pole. We've got there's a circle above the A. What do you call that? Planar walk. The circle above the A.
Circle above the A.
Yeah, there's a circle above the A. It's a diacritical mark.
It's a hole.
Um.
A hole.
Yeah, I don't know what it's called. I'll just call it like a halo or something. It's like a little
There
halo.
you go. All right. So we've got Alsund to the North Pole, 1,904 miles. All right, so we've got that now.
What country is that in?
Norway.
I did mine in Canada.
Okay, so we'll do that next. So now what do we do?
Get a couple more, and then write it down. Check the
Okay.
distances. And,
Which
check,
one?
Wait, what was the latitude of that city?
Oh, I'll write that down. It's 78 degrees 55 minutes.
78. Okay, so multiply 69 times 12.
Well, it's closer to 79 because it's only 5 minutes off of 79. So what do you want me to do?
Okay, so multiply 69 times 11. It's 69 miles per degree, right? So
Yeah.
multiply 69 times 11 and tell me what that is.
759.
Okay, so 759 miles to the North Pole, right?
Hmm.
According to the 11-degree Polaris, but it says 1,800. Now, you don't got to do any more, bro. Just trust me. It shows wild inconsistencies, bro, up there.
Yeah. All right. So here, let's look at this here.
That's only off by 1,000 miles, no big deal. I'm just joking. Calm down.
Yeah. Now the problem is that this particular one is using a different latitude. It's using 62 degrees 28 minutes for the latitude. So
It's off the other way, but yeah,
I have a feeling that it's not using like the. And here's probably what you found was that you happily used different measures without really verifying that they were using the same measures. So on Wikipedia, it says Alsund is 78 degrees 55 minutes. On this one that says the distance, it says it's 62 degrees. So it's off.
Okay, so multiply 28 times 69.
Off by, all right, it's off by 14 degrees. But that's fine. All right.
That's a little
so
closer. That is a little closer. That is a
all
little
right.
closer. But
So-
my whole
so
point
it's
is
hold on. I'll do it right now. It's 62 minutes or 62 degrees, 28 minutes. That's about 62 and a half, right? So we go 90 minus 62.5, right? We got 27 and a half. Then we multiply that by 69 and we get 1897.
well, still off, right?
No.
Not much. It's
No.
closer. But here's my whole point.
I
My whole
est-
point is there's
I double estimated. I went sloppy
Right.
on the minutes and I
but
went
that's one
sloppy.
city, and you got
Hold on. And
Right.
I went sloppy on the miles per degree because it's not exactly 69.
either way. I mean, you're already seeing inconsistencies. I wasn't trying to stick you at this point.
I don't see an inconsistency at all. It's 1904 miles versus 1897 miles. It's a difference of how much? How much is that? What is that?
Okay, wait a minute. Wait. You just said it was at 79 degrees north latitude. The first reading you gave me.
Yeah. The Wikipedia page said that, but when I went to a different page, it used 62 and a half degrees north. So
Right. So that's contradictory information.
No,
I can tell you
the
exact
here's what
distance
happened, Brian.
according to the distance
Here's
of
what
Polaris.
happened, Brian.
For every city.
Brian.
You tell me the latitude.
Brian, here's what happened. The Wikipedia article gave a different latitude than the one that I'm looking at right now. That's why there's an inconsistency. Not because there's some inconsistency in the globe. I was smart enough to identify that there was a inconsistency in the latitudes in those two articles. I think you missed it.
Good. So you had an inconsistency in the latitudes, right?
But when I identified it and I actually used the math, they were only off by 7 miles.
Yeah, when you found the right measurement.
Seven-
I know, but
7 whole miles was the discrepancy, which
dude, it's
which
like
is
talking to a drunk block wall, bro.
absolutely well. You're when you have a hard time talking to a smart person.
Bro,
The
that's the definition of inconsistency.
7 miles because of the that I didn't use the exact measurement of 69 miles. I used 69 miles instead of the exact, and I used 62 and a half degrees instead of 62 degrees, 28 minutes, 20 seconds. That's what happens when you do some rounding.
Okay.
So there you go. We found
So
no
we got some-
inconsistency
so
so far. So where is the actual inconsistency?
No inconsistencies at all. None at all.
Absolutely correct.
So you went from 79 degrees to 68 degrees. No inconsistencies. Now check a couple other references. None of them are going to match up.
Show me. All right. Tell me the inconsistency that you found.
This isn't even my argument, bro. I didn't even make a video on this. This is just what I observed when I was cross-referencing out latitudes, bro. Okay? Your very first check, you got inconsistent corresponding
and
latitudes.
here's what happened. I used it's a different town. It's a different town.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
But
So I found no inconsistency. So you tell me where you found the inconsistencies. Go ahead.
The whole point was we're talking 100 miles. My latitude,
7 miles.
based on a circumference of 24,000. I based it on 28,400 mile circumference. Okay. I just basically divided that in 4. Okay. So if you divide that in 4,
all right,
you get 6,100.
Present your model. Whatever.
Point one. Okay.
Your audio went funny. All right, let's go with this. NA for $2 says I probably need another drink. And Alyssum says 0 degrees Kelvin is a state in which all energy is at 0. Then a flatty's brain is negative 10 Kelvin. Brian is a perfect example of this. Are you still here, Brian? I don't even hear you.
I actually think I was doing a bit of research, and I actually think I know where he gets this issue from, because I just had a look at the distance from London to the North Pole, and I think it's measuring the distance from London to the magnetic North Pole, because
that could be.
Yeah, because here I've got
attention to detail is not something that flat earthers are known for.
Yeah.
Anyway, it works out to the degree for from all the way from the equator to the North Pole.
Okay, so
it's kind of ad hoc, dude.
So no kidding. Planar walk. What is your latitude?
My latitude is, I think it's 46 degrees south or something like that.
All right. So Brian, how does your model predict the view from 42 south?
I think it's 46 degrees south.
46 degrees south. I'll write that down. So
when you get to about 2 degrees lower than when you get really, I think it about maybe even 5 degrees, but I think it's more like 2 degrees lower than the equator, you can no longer see Polaris.
All right, well, explain how that happens then.
Refraction and viewing angle.
Well, explain that, how that works then.
Okay, Polaris is 3,655 miles above us. Okay, so now as it goes away from, depending on where you're at.
3,000. Hold on, 3,655.
Yeah.
Okay, from where I'm at, I get 3,105. But go ahead.
Okay, what latitude are you at?
45.
Okay, you're at 45. Okay, so so do this. Do you got a calculator right there?
Right here.
Okay, I'll do it with you. Okay, so 6,100 divided by 45. Okay.
135.5
times 69.
9,353.
Wait. I fucked up. I want. Hold on. I meant to say. Hold on.
Sir Little Wolf, it's not solar powered.
Hold on.
Battery powered right there. So you know, in a $2 won't cut it. If any of you know Team Skeptics rule, that's what I'm gonna have to go with.
I meant to say 6,100 divided by 90, bro. I'm sorry about that.
Let's start over again. I have nothing on my calculator here. What do you need?
Yeah. Okay, 6,100 divided by 90.
All right, 67.78
times 45.
3050.
Okay, so 3050. Okay, well, since that's in the middle, we don't have to really subtract, but okay, subtract. Well, 6,100 minus 3050 is 3050. Okay, so 3050. So multiply that times 5,280.
Oh, that's a big number there. 1,610,000. Oh, I'm sorry. It is.
No, just keep it at that. I'll tell you what.
16 million.
No, keep it at that. Keep it at that. Okay, so 3,050. Okay, so that's miles. So 3,050 times 8. I mean times 6. Times 6. Sorry.
3,050 times 6.
Wait. 3,050. I'm skipping steps. 3,050 times 3,050. That was
You mean squared. Just say
right, squared. Yeah, squared. Yeah.
All right.
Squared.
9. This is going well for you. 9,302,000.
Okay. Multiplied times 6.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, we're almost there. Nearly there. Multiply that times
55,815,000.
Yeah. Okay, now divide that by 5,280.
Oh my goodness, 10,571.
Hold on a second. Give me a second. Times 45. 3,050 times 3050 times 6.
Oh. Oh my god. Chronic Avenger. How much does light curve at the maximum refractive point on his model? Whatever
The maximum
it
point. The maximum point
needs to to shoehorn it in.
Basically. Yeah, it's mathematical. It's the same thing as y'all's refraction model.
No, our refraction model is based on measurements.
No, it's not. No, it's not. 6 inches per. It's based on 6 inches per mile squared upward light refraction, based on the moisture, based on the water table, water gradient.
I mean, I actually do wonder.
Listen, the higher you go, the less water vapor that is in the air, and you hit a point where there's none at all if you go up high enough.
And apparently temperature has nothing to do with it.
But if you lived in Florida, bro, if you lived in Florida, you trust me, you'd know different. The humidity is everything.
I've got to ask you, do you understand that there is a density gradient of air that the air gets thinner the higher up you go?
No, he doesn't.
No, but air is the same density. I mean, how much is water 100 feet down denser than water? Doesn't water have a specific density?
Oh my God. Liquid water?
That's a vapor.
Liquid water?
No, I'm just asking. Ain't water a certain density?
Wait, liquid
compared
water?
to everything else.
Liquid water?
Are you talking about vapor? Are you talking about water vapor, or are you talking about liquid? Because
no, I'm just giving you a reference, bro. Isn't water 100 foot down the same density? Is something going to be buoyant? Pretty much, is it going to be more buoyant the further down it goes, or is it
liquid, gaseous, or solid? Liquid, gaseous, or solid?
Just ask. I'm just giving you something to compare it to.
Specify the state. What state? Liquid, gaseous, or solid water?
Hey, I need a second, man.
Okay. Oh my gosh.
I think I need a second too.
Oh my gosh. All right. Brilliant says my brain is leaking from my ears from this. And NA for $20 says have another drink on me. It looks like you need it. Oh my gosh. Oh.
You know, I was excited to hear actual flat earth model for once. But
I am too. I appreciate this. This is good. All right, you see what I have here? Planar Walk? This is a globe.
You still got it in feet, bro. You got to put it down to inches. Hey, you got to put it down to inches.
I did what you said. But hold on a second. I know.
I know you did.
I got some business to attend to here. Hold on.
Oh, it's nice.
Oh, that's a bit much. All right.
Was that straight whiskey or?
That is Crown Royal. So my kids at Planar Walk, my kids got me that for Father's Day. It's got and it comes with that decanter with the globe etched on it, and these tumblers with the globe etched on it, and then it comes with these granite spheres that you put in the freezer to cool it. So,
oh, nice.
All right. Ooh.
Yeah, let me try that one more time real quick, because I forgot that I did one more conversion. I wasn't around my model. I got to it. Okay.
Okay.
So we got to do this.
I'll just clear everything out of here.
Yeah, zero it out, man. Zero it out, man. All right, thank you, man. Okay, so 45. Okay, so 6,100 divided by 90.
6,100 divided by 90.
So that's the mile. That's the okay. So now multiply that.
Well, I'll give it 67.8. Okay.
Hold on, I'm gonna do it with you to make sure I get it right. 6,100 divided by 90. Okay, times 45
times 45
is 3050.
Yep.
Okay, multiply that, square that.
Squared. There we go.
9 million.
Yep, 9,302,500.
Okay. Now let's put it in feet. So divide it by 12.
That was in inches?
Yeah, that was in inches.
Why can't we do an SI units or at least sheep units?
Just bear with me. I'm almost done. Bear with me. Bear with me, please.
All right.
So
Planar Walk like sheep units. I know what I'm saying.
I got a sheep right here.
Hey, I don't want to see what you're gonna do to that sheep later.
So you divide it by 12, right?
Hey Brian, he's a Kiwi. He's a Kiwi.
Well,
you know.
Yeah. Well, it was white when it was black when I bought it. So.
Ah. All right.
I like his accent, man. I like his accent.
Where are we at? All right.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, divided by 12.
775,208.
That is correct. Now divide it by 5,280. Put it into miles.
Why did we go from feet to inches to miles? Why did we go? We're an inch.
Just
All
bear
right.
with me, man.
Divide by what?
5,280.
Okay. All right. There we go. 146.8.
Okay, so 100 and oh shit, dude. Hold on.
How much of this have you had?
Yeah, I know, dude. 90. Hold on. Okay, so this is what I did. 6,100 divided by 90 times 45.
All right,
Okay,
dude.
times
Should I-
45. Okay. Okay, so squared is we forgot to do the 6 inches. Okay. So 3 times 3050. Okay, times 6 is 55,815,000. Okay, then divided by 12 is 4,651,250. Okay, now divided by 5280 is 880. Okay, so 880 subtract so Polaris's elevation is 3,655 minus 880. Hold on, I'll tell you what that is.
King Crew, I don't know. Or Gaudens.
Okay,
I have
so-
no
okay,
idea.
so-
I have no idea what he's trying to do.
The 2,775 miles, okay, would give you what degree? They give you 45 degrees. Hold on. I fuck this up every time I do it live, dude.
You should just write it down.
I'm sitting there and I did every single fucking degree from 0 to 60. But then when I do it live, dude, and I don't have it in front of me, dude, I fucking always fuck it up. But anyway, here's the point. So the point is you get the distance based on 6,100 from the North Pole to the equator. Okay. You do that by dividing 6,100 by 90 and then multiplying that times the latitude you're at. So if anybody wants to do this later on and check it, whatever latitude you're at, 6,100 times divided by 90 times the latitude you're at. So if you're at 45 degree latitude, then you get 3,050. So it's square that. So it's 6 inches per mile squared. Okay, so you square 3,050, 3050 times 3050 times 6 inches. Then to put that into miles, it's in inches now. So to put it into miles, I'm gonna divide it by 12. Then I'm gonna divide it by 5,280. I don't know if there's a quicker way to do that, but that's how I did it.
Maybe.
So then I get 880. Okay, that's your refraction right there.
880.
I mean that's what you take off. That's what you subtract from your latitude. Basically, you're going to subtract 880.
All right. So my
You're gonna
latitude is 45 minus 880.
So subtract 880 from 3,050.
What? Where did the 3,050 come from?
That's your distance.
My distance. What distance?
That's your distance to the North Pole.
It's 3105 is my distance to the North Pole.
Well, I figured it as 3050.
Oh,
Real
you
close.
rounded. You just, yeah. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, I kind of did.
No, 69 times 45 is 3105.
Anyway, subtract
3105.
if you subtract 880 from 3050, because that's what we did the math on anyway. We could argue the semantics. later.
Okay, all right. 2,225.
Hold on. 3050.
Plater Mark, I hope you're following along.
No, I'm just doing my own thing.
He's editing his next video.
No, I'm. Oh,
Okay,
I
now
still need to
get your
my next
degrees.
video.
Okay, so what's your angle to Polaris if it's 3,655? Put it in a triangle calculator. If you want, I could do it. But so figure 2,170 is your and then figure your height. So your angle. We're looking for angle theta, but what we have now is we have the bottom line. You go to the right triangle calculator.
Hold
Okay,
on.
so your
I'll do it. I got a brand new piece of paper for you. Okay. Here's the triangle.
well,
Okay,
you've already yeah. Okay, so the bottom line is is what we just came up with 2,170
why is that?
because that's your distance. That's your new distance. That's your new refracted distance.
Why do I have a refracted distance?
Because that's the way light refracts on my model.
Okay.
Anyway, once you do this, you could do every one of them, real quick, especially
right.
with a calculator.
All right, so I got
Okay.
this.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so angle B is okay. We don't know the hypotenuse. We're looking for the hypotenuse, and we're looking for the theta being your location. Okay, so the height. So the small side of the triangle is the height is 3,655 miles. That's the height to Polaris.
Okay. Got it.
Okay. So do you have so you have two sides, right? And you have your 90-degree angle. So calculate theta.
Oh, you want me to? All right. And then that'll tell me my latitude.
That should come out to 45 degrees or
All
pretty
right,
close to it.
let's- I have a bad feeling about this.
Same here, honestly.
Okay. All right, hold on. That's just so you know. All right, hold on a second. People at home following along. Here it is. 2,170. 3,655 is expecting this right here to be 45. Anybody have any predictions? All right, hold on.
Oh, wait. Hey, if I did, wait, I think I'm supposed to subtract. Hold on. I subtracted that from the wrong thing.
Oh, you're gonna
Hold
have
on,
to do all that again.
Well, just double check, but hold on, I'm double checking.
I don't need to try and calculate it and know it's not going to be 45.
It's quicker, bro.
Oh my goodness. All right. Hold on a second. Professor Phil Bell, could you please remind Brian that there is an F in the middle of the word 50? He sounds like he's saying 50. For example, he says 55. Can you say,
So,
hold on, Brian, can you say 55, please? Hold on, first, planar walk in your best Queen's English, because the Queen is still the boss of you. Say 55.
55.
There we go.
Yeah, listen. Wait, take that
Brian-
sum. Wait.
Brian,
Wait.
even though the Queen is not boss of you, can you say 55 in your best Queen's English?
Yeah, 55, but subtract the sum from
Okay.
3,655. I was supposed to subtract the sum from Polaris, from the angle, from the height to Polaris, not the distance to where you're at. I don't know why I even did that. We're 6 inches per mile squared.
I don't
The
either.
percentage of from the horizon to Polaris. So subtract that last number from 3,655, and it's spot on, dude.
What
bad.
number? Which the
Third
20,
time's a charm, bro.
the 2107 I'm supposed to subtract from?
No, hold on. Okay, so Okay, so third time's a charm. Okay, so one last time. Okay, so 90 divided by, 6,100 divided by 90.
Yeah, I'm not doing it anymore. You just do it.
I'm doing it. I'll just, you'll remember the number, but 6,100 divided by 90. Okay, times 45. Okay, times 6, which we left off earlier. It's 6 inches per mile. Okay, times itself. So times 18,300. Okay, now divided by 12 to put it in feet. Now divided by 5,280 to put it in miles. Hold on, God damn it.
I'd actually be very curious to find out like what his calculations would be for me in New Zealand.
Yeah.
like, for this sun.
I ain't got that far yet. I ain't got that far yet, bro.
Does your model not do that?
50. Okay, hold on, not yet. Okay, times 6 divided by 12, divided by 5,280. Okay, it was 880. So our sum was 880. Does that sound familiar?
People,
Okay, so-
people, hold on.
hold
People
on.
are wondering what your name is. Well, introduce yourself again, because there's some new
Flat
people
Earth
here.
Test. If you want to see my videos, go to Flat Earth Test. All capital caps are at the beginning of each word.
It's
Flat
Bri-
Earth and Test.
Brian. How do you say your last name, Brian? I don't want to say it
Leakey.
wrong. Leakey. Brian Leakey is his name.
So if you want to see my videos, go to Flat Earth Test. But listen, so 880 was the sum, right? So subtract 880 from 3,655, because that's the height of Polaris. And I appreciate your patience with this.
So, wait, 3,655 minus. Hold on, I'll do
Minus
it. 3,655 minus what?
minus, hold on. That still doesn't work out, but minus 880. Fuck it, I done did this much. I'm missing something, man.
Yeah,
Wait, one second.
I get 2775. That's not gonna work either.
No, it doesn't, man. That's closer though. Well, maybe the fourth time. Nah, fuck it, man. I gotta redo this, man. But dude, I did every
Tell you
single
what,
degree.
let's
Yeah.
let's go
Wait,
full.
wait, we didn't do the percentage, Michael. My percentage. Okay, so 45%. Okay, at 45
Wait.
degrees is 60. Wait, it's 60%. That's the whole model. It's 60% of that number. It is. Yeah, I know, dude. 60%. What's 60% of 880?
All right.
I know.
Well,
That's the whole model. I almost forgot it, bro.
All right, 60% of 880. 528. 528.
Okay, now subtract 528 from 3655.
All right. 3655 minus 520.
Was it 520?
528 is 3,127.
Well, you're going to get right about 45 degrees. It's like 45.2.
All right, hold on. 3,000.
It's 528 minus 528.
This is our new, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then we want to solve for theta here, right?
Yeah. So you got 2,500
and I'm in Minneapolis, where the angle to Polaris is 45 degrees.
yeah. So 3655 minus
Okay.
528
I'll
is
just
3,120.
I'll just plug that into a calculator here.
Yeah. It
Planar
comes
walk.
out to-
Are you feeling optimistic?
I'm not feeling optimistic. Like,
Well,
I'm
think
just
about it.
thinking maybe. I wonder if Brian look. Do you know what Brian looks like? MC2.
I think I've seen him.
Why?
Does he
Why
look
are you
like
worried about
Jason
what I
at all?
look like,
Yeah.
bro?
No, he doesn't look like Jason.
Oh, okay.
Why you want to know what I look like, bro?
Because
Go
you
to Blue
sound.
Marble. If you want
You
to see what I look like, go to
you
Blue
s-
Marble Science.
you
It's-
sound-
he's-
He thinks you sound handsome. That's all.
yeah.
No,
Look, go
I'm
to-
just saying that
go to Blue
I
Marble
think you
Science
sound.
on the front page behind Cleary on
The
Blue Marble
things you-
Science video.
The things that you say sounds like what Jason would say. Like maybe you're just Jason with like a. Just a thought.
Okay. So here we go. We've got so we're trying to solve for angle theta, which is in this calculator is alpha. So alpha, we've got 49.452 degrees. So you're off by more than 4 degrees,
Oh,
Brian.
no. Hold on. 880. Wait, hold on. It's not that much. Okay, wait. You're at 3050, right?
I'm at
according
what?
to you're at 3,050 miles. Okay, according to our calculation.
I'm 3105 measured miles from the North Pole.
Okay, so and what number did you just wind up with?
49 degrees. 49
No. I'm talking about it was 3127 was the height. The new refracted height was 3127. So
Yeah.
what's your distance again?
3105.
3105. So that's within 22 miles, bro. What are you talking
Yeah, the
about?
problem is that if we put in the measured distance of 3105 and your claimed elevation of the sun of 30.
30, 50, I meant. And in fact, I got it wrong because I have everything based on
I'll give you a little hint, Brian.
Yeah.
On a 90, 45, 45 triangle. The opposite and adjacent have to be the same.
I understand that, bro. I understand how they work.
In order for it to work from Minneapolis, I need to be 3,655 miles from the North Pole, which I am not.
Yeah, but from the North Pole to the equator, okay, so 3,050. Let me try it one more time because, yeah, right now it's off a little bit, but not that much. It's not off as much as you're saying because if it's 69 miles per degree, then it can't be off more than 2 degrees. Wait, 30, 50. Wait, 30. It can't even be off by more. It can't even be off by a full degree, McToon. Think about it. If
it better not be, but so far you're 4 degrees off right now, so you got a lot of work to do.
No, it's not. Double check,
Brian. Here's a suggestion.
Wait. Double check your math because listen, if it's 69 miles per degree, and my final answer was
I didn't. You did all.
That's only off by what 57 miles.
You did all the math, not me.
Yeah, I know.
Hold on a second. Oh, this is awesome. It's so funny. All right, sorry. I love you, Brian. You're great. All right. Chronic Avenger is asking, how much does the light curve at the maximum refraction point on your model? Now,
100% of 6 inches per mile squared.
Oh, my goodness. So normally when surveyors measure the quantity of the magnitude of refraction, they use what they call the coefficient of refraction. The
K value.
Yeah, exactly. So a coefficient of refraction of 1.0 is the radius of the Earth. So the measured radius of the Earth of 3959 miles.
Yeah, so
right?
you do 7 over 6 of that.
So that is 1.0. A K of 1.0 is that. So how much in terms of the coefficient of refraction, how much is the maximum refraction in your model?
Let me see. I'm not really using a radius.
You
So,
should. You
well,
probably
listen,
should
it's not linear. It's not, I mean, the refraction model that you're describing is not a linear function. I'm just using an inverse square law, which is also with a percentage, which is also a nonlinear function. Listen, had I got the percentages right, it doesn't matter. It's all math. And I grabbed the wrong model, but I finally got it right where it was right from 0 to 60, decreasing. In other words, the refraction decreases with elevation. The percentage of 6 inches per mile squared decreases with elevation. And all I did is make the percentages match the distance I needed to match what we see in reality. So it's an ad hoc fucking model, and it's non-linear, but it's, you know, it's kind of like the globe model. You just use the numbers you have to make it match.
Actually, it's reality. It's kind of the opposite. It sounds like you started with a conclusion and then shoehorned your things to fit in. On the globe, but on the globe, actually, it's the opposite. We measured the radius of the Earth, and then worked from there.
Right, but you're going to say that the light is making shit loom up at certain times, okay?
Yeah, it's but that's based on measurements, not based on
a curved atmosphere, bro.
Ad hoc explanations.
Brian, can I just ask you something real quick? Maybe it's tangentially related.
Accept it or not, it's based on a curved pressure gradient. His curved pressure gradient curves at 8 inches per mile squared. Whether he wants to go that deep in the math or not, that's up to him. But that's that's the reality of it.
I've got to ask you, like, what actually made you become a flat earther in the first place? I'm just.
I'm not 100% flat earther. I just know that there's no way that they will ever know 100% everything. I mean, compare globes, bro. They all have differences. You know, they use flat maps to do flight routes. They use the AE model, man.
They use
they call it a great circle.
projection maps. Lambert conformal conic.
Have you ever tried sticking a whole lot of these together?
Bro, they could put this whole thing to bed. What'd you say?
Have you ever tried? So these are flight charts that I've got right here. And my next video is actually going to be talking a bit about these. Have you ever tried sticking a whole lot of these together? Like,
Bro,
I
they're based
have.
on longitude and latitude, bro. If they worked, I'd fucking freak out because I'd be in a whole different reality. If you're gonna have longitudes meeting each other at the top and the bottom, and they'd worked on a flat surface, I'd freak out. They're based on globe. I could map a state or a city, you know, and give different datum points to different areas and make it match. I know you know that.
So
But,
when it comes to,
I mean, it'd take forever.
when it comes to these are fairly accurate because you don't want your pilots to be ending up in the completely wrong place, right? And these, so these flight charts, I have stuck them, heaps of them together, and then essentially worked out, okay, how does it look when you stick them together? Now, if the Earth were flat, you'd be able to stick them together without any issue. But I managed to stick them together.
Let me cut to the chase, okay? If you, whatever comes up wrong and all that, you're going to attribute to magnetic declination, okay? So what you're going to say is that north is not really this direction, okay? It's really that direction. It's another ad hoc way to make the model work is magnetic declination. There's no way to prove where you're at Australia to the North Pole. I mean, nobody's going to fly that far without, you know, shit drifting. It's too much to ask for. It's a good model, bro.
I'm going to try and address whatever argument there might have been in that. Like, firstly, these are the ones that are, some of them I'm talking about are specifically, like this one here is Northern Hemisphere, the one on top. That's in the Northern Hemisphere. So
get New Zealand, get Southern New Zealand.
I don't have the New Zealand map.
Do you have Australia?
No, I just have the Europe and Africa maps. Yeah.
Hey, you know, a straight line over 10 miles is only off by like not even a foot, right? You got to go 60 miles to be off by like a few feet, bro, to a curve. So you're never going to know this shit. I mean, it's not measurable, bro. They say it is, but try and go out and try and do it. I mean, you can.
I mean, this one here has how many degrees is it?
Anybody?
All right, I gotta hold it. Brian, I got a couple super chats I gotta read. All right, Virillion says, my brain is leaking from my ears for the, I think I read that rather right. NA said, have another drink on me. I already had one. Wow. Alyssa, with him, you went through the bottom of the bottomless barrel and went straight into another one. It's bottomless barrels all the way down. It's, you see, because Brian, it's turtles all the way down, but we replaced it with bottomless barrels all the way down. You see what he did there? That's funny. D. Mayozer said, my sides hurt. Also grabbing myself a drink now. Yes. Enjoy your drink. D. Mayozer. Warren Evans. If an object is 300 miles above me at 0 degrees, I can travel 120,000 miles and that object should be 1.432 degrees above the horizon on flat Earth. So Warren Evans says that. Did you catch that, Brian?
What was that?
If an object is 300 miles above me at 0 degrees. Okay, so if somebody's at the North Pole on flat Earth. If the object is 3,000 miles above. Now, I know you say it's 3,655, but let's say it's 3,000 for a second.
I did the 60% in the wrong place, though, just so you know.
So just a second. Just a second. I can travel 120,000 miles, which is more than the Earth. Much more than the Earth is big. And that object should be 1.432 degrees above the horizon on flat Earth.
Right. That's where the 6 inches per mile squared comes in.
The refraction.
What I did, though, right, Mike?
I understand what you did. You made up a number not based on measurements.
The same thing the globe does. You don't want to admit it, but trust me.
Earlier today I showed you. I mean, it wasn't today. I mean, it's just like an hour ago. I showed you the measurements. Oh my god!
Right, and you said it wasn't based on reality.
It's
your reality.
I actually said it was based on reality.
Well, your reality is a curved atmosphere, right? Curving at 8 inches per mile squared.
It had
correct?
nothing to do with that, but you wouldn't hear that. So,
Well, it
all right.
should, McToon, because your atmosphere, your ground is bending away. So how could you not base refraction on the air getting denser as it curves down?
Because it was over a really short distance. All right. Buddy Zapo says, Toon, you should add some Seagrams to that Crown Royal and make yourself a black tooth grin.
That's what you got, Crown Royal.
Hail dime bag. Yeah, I got some Crown Royal, right? Well, in this globe decanter right here. You see it? See that globe decanter? My kids gave me that for Father's Day. I've had a couple Crown Royals in there. And I don't drink often, so.
So wouldn't you say they based all the measurements on angles to Polaris, and then they based it on the sun? So we've done our map.
They did not base
measurements.
all of the measurements on that. They did not measure all of them. No, some measurements. For example, Eratosthenes used the angle to the sun. I used the angle to the sun when I personally measured the radius of the Earth and personally tested the hypothesis of flat Earth.
Okay, so Eratosthenes based on like however many miles it was between the two wells, and then the angles to the shadows, and based that.
Doesn't matter. I did it.
Degrees. I'm just saying.
I did
it. It's all math. You know, you change a variable and everything changes.
I don't care that you don't like math. You've been using math, so you don't just get a hand wave math because you don't like the results. Okay.
No, I'm just saying, bro. It's just a mathematical. Listen, if the Earth is flat, then light has to be even. Okay, so in my reality, either the ground's curving. If it's a globe, then the ground is curving. Okay, if it's flat, then the light is curving. It would have to be, right?
It would have to be curving a massive amount.
It's not as much. It's less than the numbers that the globe states. I've compared the model to.
We already.
And it matches up.
All you need to do is explain how from New Zealand, Planar Walk can not see Polaris because according to math, according to physics, he should.
Well, do the math, okay? Just do the math again. Like I said, and in fact, I based it on just get the percentage right. Okay, I did the percentage in the wrong spot, but anyway, if I did it in the right spot. I just refer, the height of Polaris lower as it goes away from us, right?
You kind of messed up on Minneapolis. Let's just
I did. I put the percentage in the wrong.
Let's clear the state. You've kind of warmed up and you're ready to go. Let's do it for 46 degrees south latitude. Is that right? I wrote it down.
That's right.
Polaris disappears at the equator, bro.
Yeah, that's
reality.
Oh,
absolutely.
Does it work for? Does your thing still work for the sun?
So does your? Hold on, no. Don't get into that. Hold on, Brian. 46 degrees south. What does your model predict for 46 degrees south?
My model predicts Polaris disappearing at about 6,200 miles.
All right. How does that work?
Okay, the light from every light we get beyond the horizon, okay, refracts upward at 6 inches per mile squared at a rate of 100% at 1 degree, 99% at 2 degrees, 98 at 3 degrees, 97 at 4 degrees, working its way down to 0 at 60 degrees. So once you hit 60 degrees in the sky, you don't have any refraction between 60 and 90, or it's negligible.
The problem is that the measured refraction is the other direction.
Yeah, well, I based it on water, on humidity, because I think if you look it up, you'll see that pressure densities are more crucial than temperatures. And when it comes to refraction, temperature is a factor. But I could argue that
absolutely density in the atmosphere is huge, and also will cause refraction to go down, not up.
No, that's incorrect.
Do you know the density of
way less dense than air, bro?
Do you know the density of you do know that the density decreases as you rise in elevation, right?
No, I'm talking about the density of the medium we're in decreases for about the first few hundred feet at least because of
Yeah.
or it's got to keep decreasing. Okay, not based on temperature pressure, based on water vapor. Okay, water vapor is way less dense than air. Look, I mean, I don't have the value
It's
for
not.
it.
It's not way less dense.
It's less.
I mean, you can. Do you prefer cider or Elladen formula?
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm just basing it on a concept. Period. That
Just
the water.
a vague idea. Okay.
I think that the water vapor would do more to light than air. Okay, how about that?
So you have a hypothesis. Have you confirmed?
Do more to bend light than
How
air.
did you confirm this hypothesis?
Trying to use common sense, bro.
Sorry, hypothesis. You don't get to confirm a hypothesis with common sense.
Sometimes,
Common
bro,
sense.
follow your guess,
You
just entertain
confirm.
them, you know what
You confirm a hypothesis with experimentation, not with
I have
common
to
sense.
I caught you on a Crown Royal night. A lot of times when you're sober, you'll entertain your guests, you know, and go along with them to let you know and work with them and shit, you know?
I'm trying.
I caught you on a feisty fucking Crown Royal night.
So, I'm just getting back to the whole thing about the dense. So do you agree that the density of air will decrease as you raise an elevation?
I'm sorry, one more time. I'm very sorry about that.
So as you rise in elevation, the density of air will decrease. Do you agree with that, or
The density, no, the pressure will decrease, but the density, no, it doesn't. It increases because you're getting away from the water. Look, man,
the
that's why-
density absolutely
why the
decreases?
density,
Like,
bro? So you're comparing pressure to density like it's absolute, bro. What do you mean? The pressure drops, the density does not. If you take if you get a jar of air right above the ocean, and then get a jar of air 10 foot up and a jar of air 100 foot up, no, it's gonna decrease. The density is gonna increase. The density of what you put in that jar is gonna increase due to less and less water vapor. Don't you think water would refract more than air, bro? I mean, do you at least see my concept?
Water refracts less than air. Don't let facts stop you from your model.
Water refracts. Okay, I guess water blocks out like less than air too, right?
So you do realize that mountain climbers, because of the decrease in density of oxygen, need to carry up oxygen when they climb mountains. In your model,
I didn't say nothing about oxygen, bro.
well, the density of air overall decreases. So therefore, the density of oxygen is going to decrease. So therefore, they need to carry up oxygen up the mountain so that they have oxygen with them, because otherwise they're just going to pass out from lack of oxygen.
Yeah, I didn't say nothing about the pressure, bro. I understand that the pressure decreases.
If the pressure decreases, or if the pressure decreases and the density remains were to remain the same or even increase, then you wouldn't have that thing where mountain climbers need to carry up oxygen, because there would be enough oxygen. The density of oxygen.
I've never said that there's more oxygen up there, bro. Listen, okay, water gains in pressure as you get deeper, doesn't it? But the density of water doesn't change, bro. Just because of the pressure changes.
That's liquid
water has the same
water.
density, bro. I mean,
That's liquid water.
Can you at least see what I'm saying? Okay, there's a density, bro, and that doesn't change.
Do you understand the difference between liquids and gas?
This is all fluid dynamics, bro. Listen, the pressures doesn't necessarily change. Oxygen has a certain density, bro. Water has a density.
Do you realize that there's a difference between liquid and gas, though?
Yes, but dude, all I'm trying to do is give you an example. Do you
then understand the difference between
water on Earth,
liquid and gas?
Right?
You gotta go Riley. So keep going.
So the thing here,
what's the main cause of refraction, bro? It's not pressure, bro. It's density.
Yes, and I'm talking about density here.
Snell's law earlier. He was talking about Snell's law earlier, and he doesn't even want to acknowledge that water is the same density anywhere on Earth. It doesn't change in density. It changes in pressure, but it doesn't change in density. And if you look up what causes refraction,
it does change in density, though.
No, it
Like
doesn't.
if you have water vapor depending on, like, firstly, it can depend on a few things. So if you are higher up, that water vapor is going to be less dense because the molecules are more spread out. In
Right. So the higher
liquid
you get,
state,
the more dense the air is going to be. Until you get past the water, then it's going to invert. That's why you don't have any refraction past 60%, bro. I mean, past 60 degrees.
what was that?
Once you get past all the water vapor and humidity, then it will invert and it will start refracting downward. There's an inverse up there. That's why when you get to 60 degrees,
At what height?
no refraction. What is it? Where does humidity stop? At about what, 8 miles, I think, or 6? I forgot, man. It's right above where the planes fly, I think, man. I just know that it's very gradual up there, and it's very consistent. I know that at the ground over the ocean, it's pretty fucking consistent, man. It's the refraction model is just based on that. At least you see, at least I have a basis. Okay, will you give me that?
I am struggling to see your point. Like, you can't get around the fact that as you rise in elevation, right, the density goes down, because if the density remained the same, mountain climbers would not need to carry up oxygen tanks because the oxygen is just, the air is just too thin up there for them to get enough oxygen.
Bro,
Do you
understand that the free expansion laws, the free expansion of gas? Okay, you understand that if you have a vacuum on one side of a tank, like the professor says, he says a tank of bromine, then he has a tank that's a vacuum. Okay, when he releases the valve, nothing changes but the entropy. There's no change in energy, bro. Okay, so all the gases are cycled at the ground. They're created at the ground, but we have gas all the way up at the top of Mount Everest, don't we?
Yeah, and it's much lower
yes.
pressure.
Yeah, exactly. And we have gas even 20 miles up, don't we? And 30 miles up.
But how is there such a differential?
Yeah, exactly. How do
pressure.
we have gas all the way up at 30 miles?
How do we
Like-
have a pressure differential? What is the cause
Because
of
it's
that?
created at the ground, bro. It's a temperature gradient. Okay, so pressure.
But the
air-
temperature isn't consistent. And here, the pressure at
temperature
sea
is
level. Hold on, the pressure at sea level in northern Alaska is the same pressure at sea level on the equator. So it's not about temperature.
Exactly, bro.
Also, hold on. I want to bust a whole thing
You
in
just
your.
said there's gas 30 miles up, bro. Where is gas formed at? Well, how is there gas 30 miles up?
Because there's because it can
No gas
expand.
cycles up there. Why would there be gas way up there? Because of entropy. But
It does.
if there was no, listen, if there was no container up there, then the gas would keep expanding with no change in entropy. It wouldn't even be
Well,
colder.
except there's obviously a force
The same
at
way air
play.
conditioners work, bro. The
There's
same
a-
way refrigeration works.
Force at play. So
Air
what is
expanding up
what
there.
is the
It-
cause? Hold it, Brian. What is the cause of this pressure disequilibrium?
Entropy, bro. You just said there's
No, no.
gas 30
What is-
miles up.
Sorry, entropy
There's
isn't
How
isn't
can there be
isn't
gas 30
a
miles up.
what is the cause of this pressure disequilibrium?
I'm telling you, it's temperature and pressure are related at the hip.
But
You admitted that
temperature,
at the beginning of the stream.
but
PV
look-
equals NRT, right?
yeah, but pressure.
Oh yeah, but
Yeah,
dude,
sorry.
and at least
Sorry.
be honest.
Sorry, is temperature at the northern edge of Alaska the same as the pressure at the equator, even though the temperature are drastically different? Are the pressures the same?
They're probably off a little bit. It's all relative, dude.
Are the
Everything-
pressures the
force of
same?
Nature is disequilibrium. That's the force
If
of
the
nature.
pressures are the same, then it's not about temperature.
You admitted at the beginning that they are related at the hip, and there's really no way of getting around it. You cannot have
PV
Hold
pressure.
on, I actually want to ask them, because I just realized something very important, like extremely important when it comes
I'm answering your
to
question. Volume.
you don't even know what
All
my
right, I
question
guess
is.
wrong. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
So it's extremely important. So you say that as you raise an elevation, the pressure goes down, but the density doesn't, right?
Right, I guarantee it. You get a jar of air here at the ground, get a jar 100 foot up and 200 foot up. Okay, as the water vapor declines, the pressure will go up until the water vapor's gone. Then it will invert. Okay, get a jar of it and see.
It's just ad hoc. It's ad hoc
that
water
part's not
vapor.
ad hoc.
Water vapor is
Imagine
the
that,
magical
okay?
god of the gaps.
But dude,
Okay.
why do you think that you just admitted that pressure and temperature join at the hip, but you don't want to acknowledge it? You just admitted that water vapor is less dense than air, but you don't want to. I mean, dude, you want to live with a double standard, bro. I got no problem with that, but I'd choose not to.
Like, because
There's more to it than just temperature.
Yeah, give me some ad hoc, pal.
It's not ad hoc.
You
You can-
admitted. Okay, go ahead.
You can at sea level, at the very far northern parts of the world, the pressure is the same as and the temperature is very low at the equator where the temperature is high. It's not just about temperature. There's more variables in this equation, aren't there?
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, it's all relative.
There's more variables. So
How
it's
do you think
not
we- how do you
just
think we cool air?
temperature.
How do you think we cool down refrigerators and air conditioners? Okay, we compress the gas. It's formed at the ground where there's more pressure.
It's
Okay,
phase
It's
change.
out
No,
of the air.
that's phase change.
What-
It
what do you
changes
think
from
makes it
liquid
cool
to
there?
gas. Liquid to
too.
gas has a large coefficient of heat change.
What do you think? Why is it so cold closer to the sun? And why is it so cold closer to the core? You're closer to the core of the earth where it's hot, it gets colder at the bottom of the ocean. Okay, closer to the sun, it gets colder the higher we go.
Oh my gosh. Take over, Planet Walk. I can't handle that.
That's all you want. You don't. I mean, if you understood how air conditioners work, you'd understand what I'm saying.
I too, it's faith change. whatever.
like you just can't. Like I'm trying to
Oh my
work out like
goodness.
I'm trying to work out like what evidence you have, or the idea. So if I let's say I go up to the height. Let's say I go up to the height of Mount Everest.
Is that a whiteboard?
Yes, it is a whiteboard.
Did you get permission from Conspiracy Cats to use a whiteboard? Just say yes. It's okay.
Yes.
All right. Awesome. All right, you're good.
I'm totally not trying to steal his awards for best use of whiteboard.
Yeah, let it be done.
So when the mountain climber, let's draw a little stick man, a mountain climber, when he's climbing up the mountain, he needs oxygen, right? Now the composition of the atmosphere here is pretty similar to the composition of the atmosphere here. Yet up here, the mountain climber needs to have tanks of oxygen so that they can actually get enough oxygen. Why, if the density is the same, why do they need tanks of oxygen?
Did you
If
breathe?
the density,
Oh,
I don't know. If the density and composition is pretty similar at both altitudes, why does he need oxygen at a higher altitude?
No, I didn't say the pressure was the same. There's less pressure, bro. When we breathe,
No,
okay,
I'm talking about
pressure going in
density.
our lungs. Listen, if you look up refraction and you really study it, you're going to start thinking it's talking about pressure, but it strictly says density. Snell's law is talking about the density of the medium, not pressure. Pressure ain't got shit to do with it, bro. I mean, it
I'm
does have
talking
something
about.
to do, but not.
I'm talking. I'm
Pressure
talking
affects-
strictly
pressure
about
affects
density.
density. Pressure affects density.
I'm talking
Yeah, that's why I
strictly
said
about
pressure.
density.
Yeah, well, pressure also affects temperature,
Oh, my
but
goodness.
it's even less of a role. Density is the,
Okay, so
density is the
hold on.
refraction, then pressure, then
Hold on.
temperature.
Hold
Look it
on.
up.
Let me restate my question. Right? If the density of the atmosphere here is the same as the density of the atmosphere here, right? Then the density of the and the composition of the atmosphere here is the same as the composition of the atmosphere here, right? Then there should be the same amount of oxygen here than that there is here. So the amount of oxygen should be the same, yet the mountain climber needs to carry oxygen up the mountain because when they go up the mountain, there is not enough
Right.
oxygen for them
missing the
to
whole
stay
point.
conscious.
You're missing the whole entire point, bro. Okay. Now, oxygen is formed at the ground. It cycles at the ground. It's created at the ground.
It's
okay?
not it's not created at the ground.
Yes, it is. It's
Oh
created
my
by
gosh.
algae,
No,
by
it's
plankton blooms and by rainforest. Okay, it's created at the ground. It's cycled at the ground.
Here's the deal, Brian. Pressure
You can deny it.
pressure disequilibrium equalizes at the speed of sound. If that were the case and there were no forces involved, then there would be an upward wind at 700 miles an hour or more.
Bro,
there is not.
There's a constant upward wind over the ocean, and albatrosses fly for up to 2 years without even flapping their wings, bro. Okay, so don't tell me there's air current. Laugh all you want, but albatrosses stay out at sea for 2 years.
Oh my gosh.
You can laugh at it, bro.
Welcome,
or you can acknowledge it.
Welcome, PhD Tony. I'm glad to have
You're
you
funny
here.
as shit when you're drunk, bro. I'll give you that.
Hello. Hello.
Listen,
Greetings.
okay, wait. You realize 6 miles is a long way away, and this all this oxygen. Hold on, all this oxygen's coming from rainforest and plankton blooms. Okay, and it's making its way 6 miles. It's making its way even higher than that. Okay, but if you know anything about refrigeration, you'd know that where the gas is created, okay, there's going to be more pressure. Okay, and as it expands up and away from the ground, which it does, which you've already admitted, it cools down. Okay, it doesn't matter. It's getting closer to the sun. It's expanding, so it's going to cool down. Just like it gets colder and colder the higher we go. Okay, if you look at the Soundly rockets, you'll see that the temperatures went down to negative 252 Celsius, right by absolute zero, where helium turns into a superfluid, bro. We already talked about this on the last stream, and his own guy called in and told him he's wrong about the pressures and the temperatures and shit. He didn't want to acknowledge it.
So do you think I could say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Do we agree that pressure is equal to force divided by area?
Can you show me a citation that pressure?
Can you agree? Can we agree with the definition that pressure is force divided by area? That's a yes or no question.
I'm not going to ever answer a yes or no question, but this is all about refraction. Show me that pressure causes refraction. Show me a citation that pressure causes refraction, please.
Okay. Would you agree that the shape of the planet is completely independent of the refractive qualities of air?
Bro, a statement without evidence will be dismissed without evidence, okay? Show me where pressure creates refraction, bro. This is all about refraction.
No, it isn't. This is about the shape of the Earth.
So.
This is about the shape of the Earth, right? You would agree that the shape of the... So you said it earlier, optical observations are influenced by refraction. And there's a lot of discussion. There's been a lot of, to my mind, pointless back and forth about refraction of light.
I'll agree with that. I'll agree.
As it travels through air, right?
Right,
okay.
right. Here's the whole debate, to put it in a nutshell. Either the ground's curving or the light's curving.
Okay, so let's look at a different source of data, right? So let's, instead of using light, which has awkward properties as it travels through the atmosphere.
I won't accept any citation or any bullshit without demonstration. I can show you a pressure gradient in containment. I did it on my video. It's very easy. Hey, you show me a pressure gradient without containment. It's easy to demonstrate in containment, but you can't do it without, bud.
In fact, I can. All that is necessary is for there to be a pressure gradient. Now, in your case, the pressure gradient is applied by the reaction force of the container. But again, you keep on interrupting me. Let's look at the propagation of sound through the Earth, right? Seismic energy. Let's consider that as a data source. Now, you will accept, obviously, because you have a good understanding of physical science, that we can determine the internal characteristics of a material object by transmitting sound through it. It's how ultrasound works, right?
Bro, what are
It's
you
how
talking
they
about? Let's go to
what I-
sonar. If we're gonna do that, let's go to sonar. How do whales hear
No.
4,000 miles, bro? It's crazy.
Okay.
Sonar,
Okay.
direct line of sight.
You are changing the topic every time I want to establish a topic.
I don't know physics. I know common sense, bro. If whales can hear you over 4,000
so
miles, sum up the argument, bro.
so no, it doesn't at all.
Have you ever heard of an acoustic shadow? Have you ever heard of an acoustic shadow? Where
Yes,
where
I
submarines
have.
can hide, where submarines can hide behind things because of acoustic. It's called an acoustic shadow. Yet
Yep.
whales can hear each other over 4,000 miles, bro.
Yeah,
That's a
that's
lot of
because
bro. A lot
that's
of acoustic
because
shadow, bro. Thanks for interrupting me.
well, I got the impression that it was okay to interrupt because you'd interrupted me about 5 times. I've only been here 5 minutes, and
Hey, this
every
is recorded,
time,
you know, this is
every
recorded.
time,
If
yes,
you want to be a lying sack of shit, dude, I ain't interrupted you 5 times. This is recorded.
you have, you have, you have interrupted me 5 times.
Every time I fucking talked, you've interrupted me, you asshole.
No, I have not.
This is recorded. You understand?
Yes, I understand that it's recorded, and I'm more than
Now,
happy to
every
go back
fucking
through the
time I open
record.
my mouth, you have interrupted me.
No, actually, it's exactly the opposite. I asked if I could talk.
A lying sack of fucking
You said yes, and then
Dude, I'm
as
not
soon
gonna
as
talk
I
to a
started
lying sack of
talking,
shit, dude.
okay, well, you're making an excuse to rage quit, aren't you?
No, I'm
You're
not
just
rage quitting.
prepping the ground here. Yes, you are.
You just asked me a
Okay.
question, but I go to answer it and you keep talking. No, I'm not rage quitting. Now, this
You
is recorded.
understand that I am in the southern
There you go,
hemisphere,
bud. There
right?
go again.
You
Dude, I'm not gonna
understand?
talk to a liar, dude.
Do you understand that I am in the southern hemisphere? And confine yourself to yes or no.
There's no point in fucking answering, and I don't answer yes or no. If that's what you want, get somebody else. That's the first time you let me finish.
Okay, I'm in the southern hemisphere. Do you understand
No.
that it takes some? Okay, you don't understand. Fine. Then I will explain it to you. It takes some time for the signal from your computer to reach my computer and to go back to you. Because
That
I
ain't
am
worked
not
out, dude.
in the
Hey, Tony,
same
calm down,
fucking.
man.
I am not in the same.
I got you
You
fucked up.
just interrupted me, you rude motherfucker. After calling me a liar like a dozen times because you keep on fucking interrupting me, you then had the temerity to interrupt me while I'm explaining something that you just said you didn't fucking understand.
Calm down, Cletus. I'm just fucking with you.
I'm sorry that you find that amusing. It is clearly amusing to Toon, and I can understand because he's not here, but you are really trying to obstruct this conversation from being anything even approaching constructive.
Maybe so, but I guarantee you when you watch this later, when you ain't heated, you will get a laugh out of it, dude. I promise you.
Maybe so.
Check this out.
Do you wish to learn anything? Do you,
Yes, I do. Yeah,
so-
yeah. I'm always able to
Okay.
learn.
Okay, so you understand that there are seismic events, like events that cause propagations of energy through the earth, right?
Yeah, yeah. I'm to the understanding
Okay.
that. Yeah. That sounds travels faster through solids, right?
Yes, that's right. So there are particular types of seismic, and we can use the travel times of seismic waves to make predictions, right? So if there's an earthquake at one location, we can work out how fast that energy will take to travel to every other point on Earth, right?
The P&S waves.
P&S waves, and there are also a lot of reflections. So there's PKP
What map are you
waves.
going to use to chart them, though? I see what you're saying. To me, it's not 100. It's good evidence for a globe. To me, it's not 100% proof because the map, you got to use a certain map. If you use the AE map, I could prove it's flat. If I'm chart P&S waves on a flat map, I could prove the ground is flat.
No. So I have actually done this demonstration for the Christmas Island earthquake from the, and I've done a video on it. And if you do an azimuthal equidistant projection that is above the focus of the earthquake, you can see that the arrival times just spread out in a circle. It's like watching a ripple spread across a pond. But as soon as you go to an azimuthal equidistant map at the north, centered at the North Pole, then you've suddenly got the fact that the seismic energy has moved from one side of the Earth across to the other side of the Earth without passing through any of the intermediate material, and that in order to travel that distance, it would have to travel at much faster than the speed of sound.
I got two questions, and they're both serious, so don't think I'm being sarcastic.
Yeah.
The first one is this, seriously. Okay, are they spreading out in great circles? And number two, are you sure they're spreading out are you sure if they're spreading out equally in a circle? I mean, couldn't they be going in a circle on a flat Earth map? Wouldn't it, if I've mapped the longitudes not converging?
So the answer to both questions is no. So if you map them out in a they've got nothing to do with great circles. It's just distance away from the center of the point. So it's just radiating out. And the other element of the question is no, it doesn't work on a flat Earth. Now there is another element to this. There are particular seismic waves called Rayleigh waves that are surface waves, and they're highly energetic and they're very coherent. And they actually, for large enough seismic events, they go around the world multiple times. Okay, and so if I've got an earthquake at one point and a seismic station at another point, now the Rayleigh wave is going to go from that earthquake. It's going to hit the seismic station, and then it's going to go and do another lap, and it's going to come back. But even more than that, there's a Rayleigh wave that went in the opposite direction that has come around the back of the Earth and hits the seismic station, and that's going to keep on going around, and it's going to come back for multiple orbits. Now that doesn't work on a flat Earth. That cannot happen on a flat Earth. If you go out and you're about to suggest that it can just rebound off the edge of the disk.
No, I'm not. I'm not going to suggest nothing, but I do have an idea.
Okay.
But yeah, go ahead.
Okay. But it can't rebound off the edge of the disk. If it rebounds off the edge of the disk, then the repeat times would depend on the proximity of the receiver to the edge of the disk, rather than just its angular distance from the earthquake. And that's not.
So
what
how are
we
you
observe.
distinguishing the reverberation from the laps?
So there are various ways of doing this.
Nothing proven.
If there are, I beg your pardon?
No, listen, here's the thing. Okay, so when I was just looking up the Earth and everything, I went to the surveys and they were talking about how the South is bigger, how the elevation at the equator is 20 miles bigger. And I went to the GPS, okay? It's a Navy video. Go to Flat Earth Test. I'll try and make this short. But you could see where they was mapping out the world with their first satellites and all this and that. And how they showed the Earth. And they did show, in fact, it is pear-shaped. The Southern Hemisphere is bigger. They show them a piece of it. This is a 1965 or 1963 Navy documentary. It shows a pear-shaped Earth.
Sorry, that was me. That was my fault.
Anyway, it's showing a pear-shaped Earth, and they're saying the Southern Hemisphere is bigger. And to me, in the Northern Hemisphere is smaller. Okay, so even on your globe, if you get right down to the actual measurements, it's bigger in the South and smaller in the North. But on top of that, how could they fool people? So surveys, they would have to have it get smaller in the South Pole going away from the equator. So they add 20 miles of elevation. So if I'm surveying and I'm going to be like, hey, what the fuck's up with this, dude? This is not working out. They're going to say, oh, no, the equator, since it's spinning, it's 20 miles, it's 20 extra miles of elevation at the equator. I mean, it just all sounds like the best they could do, good estimations. It's a great model, bro. I'll give you that, but it's not the verge.
So actually, I work with two of the people who developed who helped to develop the Gamut software, which is the MIT GPS software processing package. And in order they use it to identify the motion of plates on Earth's surface. and to provide magnitudes for those. And actually, they've made some progress in working out regions that are at high risk of earthquakes, because actually, if there are two plates moving in opposite directions and the bit between them even isn't moving, then you can tell that the stress must be building up there, and so that area is at high risk of earthquakes, which is something that they've been able to do. They made a prediction that this area would be at higher risk. Somebody built an oil pipeline straight through that area, and the pipeline got destroyed by an earthquake that these people actually predicted was going to happen. So yes, the people who are using this GPS technology, in order to get really accurate, results, they have to solve for the geometry of the entire network, which is to say all of the satellites plus all of the receivers, and they need to include the ionospheric corrections as the radio paths.
Ionospheric refraction, right? Let me ask you one more question.
Right.
These are serious questions too. So when they're judging by their satellite's orbit, then the satellites are curving around the Earth. They're basing the satellites as curving around the Earth.
That's correct.
Okay, so if they know for a fact the satellites are curving, then their ground's going to curve, and all the maps are going to match that. Okay, but before they did that, before they did any of the time dilation, they used their calculations. They used the ionosphere. They used ionospheric refraction. Okay, and they say that the ionosphere is refracting the light. Okay, but if you took away, you could have argued a flat plane. Now it ain't flat, but a level plane for the most part, without the bending of the light in the ionosphere. So that's what I meant by my model being kind of ad hoc, because a lot of the globe models are ad hoc. But I would be very interested in looking at the seismic activity. But once again, it's based on converging longitude lines. So anything you map on converging longitude lines, including GPS, you can't use GPS to prove GPS. That's all I'm saying.
So that's well, fair enough. I mean, that's but are you familiar with the Haversine formula? Right, the formula for the distance between 2 points on Earth's surface.
At what point would it become, I mean, without doing the math, at what point would it become like obvious? I mean, it's a pretty damn good distance from what I've looked at. What would be your estimation of what distance would it become obvious or apparent?
The difference between the spherical distances and straight line distances. I suspect you could, about 200 miles. It'd be really obvious over that sort of distance.
That's all right. That's bold, but yeah, you know the math better than me. I would admit that. But okay, now what I request you do. This is a personal request. You don't have to, but look at the data if you have access to the satellite data, and just entertain me and just mathematically do it as a circuit, or and check out the refraction, the ionic refraction. Compare that to the what do you call it? What you call it for me? The
Haversine formula. So we actually that's actually part of my job. So I work on a slightly different satellite mission. So I work on the GRACE data, which uses gravitational attraction due to surface mass concentrations. Now what we do is we've got two satellites, and there's a laser shining backwards and forwards between them. Now, if you imagine those two satellites moving across the Earth, it doesn't matter if the Earth is flat or round for this sort of visualization. If there's a heavy mass,
you need one more satellite, man, to put in the middle. Not good.
Okay, well, the positions of the satellites are recorded in connection with the GPS.
Yeah, I'm with you, man.
They've got GPS. But what's important for our calculation is the intersatellite distance. So the satellites are measuring the distance from one to the other constantly using a laser. And so as the lead satellite, perhaps I'll use these bottle caps. If there's a mass ahead of the lead satellite, then the lead satellite, as it moves closer, the gravitational force is going to be stronger, and that satellite is going to move further. And so the distance between these two satellites,
so we can see them.
As the lead satellite is moving ahead, it'll experience a stronger gravitational attraction, and so it'll move away from the following satellite, and the inter-satellite distance will increase. And then as it gets past the mass distribution, it'll actually slow down, and this rear satellite will catch up. And then once they're both past, this rear satellite will experience a stronger retrograde acceleration, and so that lead satellite will move away again. And so there's this change in the inter-satellite distance that we can use to reconstruct the force due to gravity, due to a mass distribution. And so we reconstruct the distribution of mass around Earth's surface using readings from these satellites, the GRACE satellite mission. And so we can identify, for instance, areas where there is intense drought or areas where there is a flood, because we can tell because there are big changes. We can identify areas where there is significant mass loss, or areas where there has been a large earthquake. A large earthquake will result in movement of the plates, a violent movement of the plates, and we can detect the gravitational signal of that. So we have the capacity through these satellite missions of identifying mass distributions across Earth's surface. And this is something that's what I do, is I calculate what sort of perturbation a mass element will have on the coordinates of these satellites over there, so that we can solve for those and work out what the mass distribution is. So that's GRACE, GRACE, follow on. The GRACE mission, the original GRACE mission ran from 2003 to 2000.
Okay, let me interrupt you and ask you a couple questions, man, because I'm interested. I'm definitely interested. One question is, the first question is, what's the closest y'all get to the geographic south? Do y'all, is it true y'all stay 30 degrees, or maybe it wasn't 30, but it's what's the closest you get to the North Pole?
So the GRACE satellites are in a polar orbit, so they go down, so they go north-south, actually. So they go over the North Pole, and they go over.
So they're breaking the law.
There's no law that says that they can't do that. There are plenty of satellites in polar orbits.
I stand correct. Okay. But I just heard none of the satellites they don't travel over the North South Pole directly. But okay, but I'll take your word.
Well,
for that.
I think they're at an inclination of like 1.5 degrees or something like that. They're not just going north south. I think they're slightly, but effectively, like, we actually exploit this because we're very interested in the mass change that's occurring near the South Pole, for instance. So the fact that there are so many ground tracks near the South Pole actually gives us higher resolution. We can obtain more data than we can at the equator because the ground tracks are spread out. So
fair enough. Fair enough. My second question was is it even possible, okay, that if you mapped it out without the longitude, you just kept the lines diverging and you didn't add the 20 extra miles at the equator elevation, and you didn't enlarge the southern hemisphere and just mapped it out as flat, and you followed the magnetic lines, and is it possible the satellites are doing a circuit following the magnetic lines above there?
So the answer to that is it doesn't seem likely, no, because we use gravitational forces to, we've got a large scale term in there for the Earth's gross gravitational field, and then we've got sort of minor perturbations in there for sort of systematic deviations from that. That's called the geoid. There's nothing geomagnetic in there.
I understand. Can I tell you my problem with the gravity thing?
Yep.
Okay, two little things. Okay, first off, man, I could make a good argument that every force is a disequilibrium, but we'll get back to that. My other thing is that they say that our vestibular system, or whatever the hell system it is it's just out of reach of us feeling the Earth's rotation, but we shouldn't feel it. Okay, we
Yep.
shouldn't feel it because it's just out of reach of what can hit that sensitive organ. But
Yep.
stuff that's traveling at 17,500 miles an hour around that to pass that, it would anything traveling a circle has momentum. You know, it's an acceleration. So you're
Yeah.
talking about 17, 18, really 18 times the speed of the globe. It seems like there would be weight pressing to the outside.
So
What do you think of that?
So I did. So I ran the numbers on that earlier when you brought it up, right? When you brought up the centrifugal force associated with Earth's orbit around the sun, because I'd never really considered it. I didn't have a good feel for it. And so if the angular our angular velocity around the sun, the rate of change of angle is about 2 × 10⁻⁷ radians per second. Okay, I tend to work in radians as far as angles are concerned.
Yeah. It makes sense.
Okay, and so that equates to a centrifugal force of 6 × 10⁻³ meters per second squared. There is a 0.0167 variation in that through the year. So
I just did the math on the ISS, and if you take the distance that it travels, the size of it, you do the angular size, it's 2 times 10 to the negative. No, it was 1.5 times 10 to the -5 radians. Should be the angular size of the damn ISS.
Yeah, that's right.
As they claim. That's but no.
Yeah,
I wasn't talking about around the sun. I was talking about the speed. So if the Earth's rotating at 1,000 miles an hour, just let's say like whatever 1,000 at its fastest, and if a satellite around 250 miles up is going 17,500 miles an hour, I realized the Earth would be rotating a little faster at that height, but it'd still be about 17 times the velocity of the Earth, right? Going like
so.
18, how's that work?
No, so the velocity of the satellites relative to the Earth is not 17,500. So the coordinate system that I work with is the one that rotates with the Earth. It's called the inertial reference frame. And so it pretty much stays sort of static.
Yeah, it's stationary.
And so the magnitude of their velocities relative to that is only of the order of kilometers a second. So relative to the Earth, they're moving at 7 kilometers a second or something like that.
I try and think of it like this, man. I try and think of it like, and that makes sense with the inertia. Everything they do, it seems like they do with an inertial reference frame. But I would say this: so if the Earth is spinning and it slammed on brakes, and I'm standing on the Earth, I'd fly out. If I was at the,
you would, yeah.
Power, right? And if I'm in the ISS and it slammed on brakes, I'd fly out at 17,500 miles an hour. So without doing velocity measurements, I just think in terms of that. It just seems like that's a pretty big difference.
Well, it is astonishing, and I have to say that before I met flat earthers, these numbers get thrown around, and to some extent, the accusations that flat earthers hurl around, like, well, you just get told the numbers and you don't think about what they mean, and to some extent, there's validity to that. I mean, but these numbers are astronomical. Like, it takes us, we are traveling 1 million miles a day. Our solar system is traveling 1 million miles a day around the center of the Milky Way galaxy. It's going to take us 200 million years to get back to this point in our orbit around the center. These numbers are vast. They're astronomical.
I will say this though, man. Any honest person who's knowledgeable on it will have to say the globe model is almost perfect mathematically. I would throw in a couple arguments, man. I'd say that that it is mathematical, and for everything that doesn't match, you got to at least give me some of this partially that they do come up with factors to make it work. And I'm not saying gross factors, but just factors to make it fit.
Yeah.
And one of the thing is, I don't think we know 100% what stars are.
So yeah, I mean, there is, well, it's sort of, you were talking about spectroscopic evidence, and, I mean, the reality is, you're right. Okay. So I I did astrophysics when I was an undergraduate, and I went into the first lecture, and my lecturer said, the great thing about astrophysics is that by the time anybody actually can get to a star and prove that you're wrong, you're going to have been dead for hundreds of years. So, we are limited in what we can tell about stars. We have the light that comes from them. We have their apparent motion in the sky above us. And so, we use what we can to infer their properties. And to some extent, we validate our assumptions. We try and cross-check as much as we can to rigorously establish, what can be accepted as known and what can't be. And we think we've done a reasonable job doing that. But if you want to come in and you want to just say, well, I think that there's something fundamentally different, the evidence is indirect. It is, circumstantial evidence to some extent, but a lot of the evidence that we rely on is circumstantial. If, for instance, you wander into a crime scene and there's a guy standing over a bloodied corpse with a bloody knife in his hand, he's got blood spatters all over him, and it turns out that, that guy had been sleeping with his wife, and he now has $6,000 in cash that guy just got from an ATM machine, you would have very little.
That's a good example, dude.
you would have very little qualms about finding him guilty of murder. But the reality is that you don't know, not for certain, because you weren't there. So all the time we make educated guesses, and we admit that there's, and this is one of the things that I think is true about science. And again, it's not something that I thought about before talking with people like yourself, is that we have to admit that, science is not about being certain about anything, right? If there's new evidence that comes out tomorrow, we're going to have to reassess what we think of the universe. But our confidence in established fact is based on how many times we've looked at this and how many times the results turn out the same. So, there's been more observations of the standard atomic model, for instance, than there have been human views of a sunrise or a sunset. And so we have extreme, that's the totality of human existence. Fewer humans have watched sunrises and sunsets than we have validations of the atomic model, the standard model of the atom. Because we've done that many, we've looked at that many collisions and interactions under the standard model. So, we have a great deal of confidence in it, but there could be something that comes up just tomorrow that makes us rethink everything. And that's fine.
Fair enough.
And
I was thinking though, man, it's like they tell us though, and I recommend, man, you should just come from a flat earth or a concave earth paradigm. Just try and put the goggles on for a minute and just do some math, do some equations, just cross out the longitude and see like mistakes that were made in the past. Like just a stupid example, like Columbus thinking it's a globe and winding up way south of where he thought he was gonna. That's just a dumb example, but just sometimes it's fun to put on the goggles, man. And it's everything we got wrong and what it would take to be a flat earth. And that's why I come up with my model, which I'm a guppy for fucking getting it wrong. I'm trying to do it off the top of my head. And I forgot 6 inches and then got the percentage wrong. And that's the
advantage of that's why we tend to write down formula, is so that we don't have to remember like that. It's always hard when you've got it on. Sorry, I seem to be dominating this conversation.
No. Well, let me say, I could say that I'd be more humble if I'd have had the chart right in front of me with the percentages and all that. But dude, everybody with half a brain would still see it's just a mathematical representation.
Yeah.
Because I say if it is a flat Earth, then we'd have to admit, okay, let's just go out on a limb. If it's flat, something's curving, right? The light. So I say either the ground's curving or the light would have to be curving. Whatever way it makes it to make shit lower the background, whatever. It takes to make it right.
And I mean, my argument is that light doesn't travel in a straight line. There's always some curve to it because Snell's law always applies. There's always refraction. So, and this is why I don't particularly like optical. MC Toon is very keen on his optical observations. I'm less enamored of them.
MC Toon's he's a very intelligent man, dude. I know y'all.
Exceptionally.
I know you mathematically and all that. I heard you went to the brain brawls and all that shit and represent the United States. That's cool as shit, dude. I recommend this, man, for entertainment value, dude. You'd be a fucking hero if you just take some of that math. Look, it takes somebody like me, dude, who fucking just graduated, never even went to college. I run a little small business, but to do a mathematical version of light refraction to make the sun set properly on a globe. I mean, y'all should have done this 1,000 times. Just entertain the fact, dude. It'd be a hit just to show what it would take and then show why it's wrong, dude. Y'all should be helping us with this. It doesn't mean necessarily that it's not a globe, bro. It just means that, hey, man, this is what it would take to be flat, man. Where y'all could, scratch our back a little bit instead of. I appreciate your honesty, by the way, man.
I have actually done
hard to get past the earthquake, the vibrations and shit, the P&S waves, but but it's entertaining for me to entertain it and entertain that we don't know what's up there. And we can't go past the moon or whatever, even to the moon, whatever, and wonder what it is. Just a sense of mysterious, and then use the math just to say, hey, I could do this model, I could do a concave model. Instead of fighting so much, show us what a flat Earth model would be, dominate it, and then show why it doesn't work. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I will point out one thing. So my PhD thesis, the thing that I worked on, was actually flat Earth modeling of seismic energy. I worked on modeling that and actually adapting the theory that we have to a slightly.
Well, everything's modeled on flat, non-inert. I mean, flat inert.
Well, and that's the thing. So you're quite right. We use flat models for seismic surveys, for instance, to locate oil deposits and that sort of thing, but it doesn't work once you get to earthquakes. Once you get to earthquakes that are traveling large distances, flat Earth models just fall apart.
Hey, add a little flat Earth dark matter, man, and make it work.
But I cut off Planet Walk. Sorry, Planet.
I was just going to say that I've actually done a program. Now, this program does operate on Snell's law, uses Snell's law for refraction. So it's not, because I'm not good at calculus, so I just decided to do something, that
I fucking hate calculus, dude.
Yeah, it operates step by step, but essentially what it does is it calculates how much refraction you'd need to be able to make certain observations that we've made on a flat Earth. So the main one that I look at is the observation of Mount. I can't remember the particular mountain. It was a photo that Ranty. No, it was a photo that Ranty took.
The black hole one. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
The black hole.
Basically, from my calculations, I worked out that the atmosphere at the height of the mountain would have to be 1.1 times denser than the density of the air at the height of Blackpool Tower. That's what I worked out, and that is there are a few assumptions there, but that's a very basic.
Do me one favor. Go to Andrew Thomas Young and try and find me something that says anything about pressure, because or go to Snell's law. I'm pretty sure everything says density.
I actually
wanted to
generally about index of refraction.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I actually did use density.
I do know that higher pressure would cause higher densities, but I was under the impression that the medium density is number one, and then pressure is number two, and then temperature is number three, and they're all kind of joined at the hip. But I was trying to use water being dense. So would we get more refraction at 10 foot of water than we would at 100 foot of water? Water's got a consistent density. So the pressure of it, but with the atmosphere now, I know it's air, so it's different. But the funny thing about the atmosphere, and I'm just trying to make the model work, dude. And I do know that one thing we do have at the ground is way more fucking humidity. And we do know that humidity is less dense than air. Okay. And I think that would, so I'm just trying to make the model work. I don't got to jump down my fucking throat. It's a possibility. It's a possibility.
No, so yeah, it would be yes, you could have a lot of humidity at a low altitude, and you could also have a situation where now generally air that is higher in the atmosphere is higher because if you bring it, if it lowers in altitude, it will increase in pressure and it will get hotter, and it will get less dense as it gets hotter, and it will tend to move up again. And you can end up with.
Thank you. I didn't even think of that.
You can end up with sort of temperature. You can end up in some unusual circumstances that don't persist for very long.
Like midday with the sun beaming overhead, at the ground.
Yeah, there would have to be a lot of evaporation occurring over a water surface for this to affect. But the temperature at that site at that time was about 2 degrees centigrade. This is not really a circumstance where we can expect there to be a lot of humidity present.
Hey, entertain me on this, okay? So let's just say this. Let's say I'm looking out. Sorry about that. Let's say I'm looking out in the distance at 50 miles, and I'm looking at, or no. Let's say 25 miles, and the cloud is at the same height. Really, it happens at probably about 15 miles. I'm sorry. So 15 miles, I'm looking out at a cloud that's just at the top of the trees, okay, that are 10 miles away, okay, and then them are at the same height as a bush that's half a mile away, okay. So at the same line of sight, I've got the top of a bush, the top of some trees, and a cloud. So even if that cloud, even if that the light from that cloud 25 miles away was refracting downward, perspective itself would have to angle it up a little bit if you drew it orthographically, or at least flatline, huh? Think about that for a minute.
Well, that's exactly what you're outlining there is exactly why I don't necessarily like the optical evidence so much, not least because I'm not really that au fait with the science of optics. The guest MC Toon had on earlier for his previous interview was actually really good at fielding these sorts of questions.
Yeah, me and him, I always get everybody heated and test them, man, and then I calm down, man. It's just, man, it's passionate subject for me, but I'd never throw out anything 100%, man. I always keep somewhat of an open mind. But let me say this. So I got heated with him, and he got heated with me earlier about the K value. Ultimately, if you look into it in detail, it's all based on a ground and an atmosphere that's curving away at 8 inches per mile squared. And that's why my refraction model, he was criticizing my model, which he did help me with the math. So I ain't gonna say, which still was a fucking failure, but still it's easily plotted. If you just give certain percentages to the horizon, it's just the same thing. It's a nonlinear inverse squared freaking map, right?
Yeah. So I mean,
the details saying that the atmosphere, the K value is based on ultimately a ground that's curving away at 8 inches per mile squared. Even if it's over 50 feet, it's still based on a curving atmosphere.
Well, I mean, but we can create, say, a flat floored chamber with reasonably uniform. I'm going to use the term atmospheric, but I mean, the gas inside that building has reasonably uniform properties that aren't significantly impacted by curvature over that sort of distance. So the measurements that MC Toon was referring to were for two very close, a transmitter and a receiver, and they were probably both transmitting and both receiving, so that they could validate the two-way travel properties of the beam of light. So, even though, sort of they're in the gaseous envelope that we describe as the atmosphere, there's no assumption of curvature associated with that sort of calculation. I don't think. I think those are just direct measurements of the way light bends. Now, I did want to actually correct something that you were saying. There's no possibility whatsoever that density does not decrease with altitude, and I think if you listen to me for a little bit, I can explain why.
Okay, well, how about for the first 1 degree? Okay, let's say just the first 100 feet where water humidity is obviously going to be thickest at the ocean surface, and let's take it up to the clouds. At least we could give me some fucking hope and say that there's more humidity from the ground to the clouds. I mean,
generally yes, but you tend to find so. There is have you seen a thunderhead, for instance? You know, a filthy great thunderstorm.
I'm not familiar with.
So, well, we call it a thunderhead. So this is a thunderstorm. You've got a lot. Yeah. So you'll tend to see this gigantic pillar of cloud, right? That just soars upwards. Way higher than you would think. And one of the reasons for that is that as you get rain, so you've got this condensation, you've got this evaporation, you've got this water vapor in these upward moving pockets of air, and they get colder and colder as they go upwards because they're expanding, and eventually water starts condensing out. But as that water condenses, actually that releases what's called latent heat. Actually that makes the air even hotter. So this hot air, as it releases water in liquid form, it heats the air even more. And so you get even more heat, even hotter air, and it just shoots upward like that. So, you know, there are a lot of complicated effects. And it goes way beyond what you might have thought as its equilibrium point.
That's my I agree, man. I'm working on a model, man. I'm working on just a common sense model. I'm gonna need help with
that.
The math.
Sounded like a gigantic fart there, Toon. Was that Toon?
I don't know what that was.
It sounded like somebody pulling a cork out of a whiskey bottle, but that may be my bias.
I'm working on a model, you know, just like a common sense type of model, okay? And it has to do with the gas. Just follow me through. I'll try and keep it under a couple minutes. Okay, so this model is going to be based on, you know, of course, the humidity being at the ground. I could provide evidence for that. You might get to debunk it, but it's going to be based on the oxygen coming from the plankton blooms in the rainforest at the ground, working its way up 6 miles, even 10 miles, even 30 miles. It's going to be based off of the fact of free gas expansion, not causing no energy, just a change in entropy. So that's going to explain why it gets colder up higher, because gas is expanding up there, and it has no chance but to get colder. And then as it gets hot, even colder than that, that's what's going to cause the jet streams, is the air constantly cycling up from the ground and the cold air down, causing an enormous amount of energy. But in my opinion, if there wasn't containment, it would be free expansion. You'd get no change in energy at all. To me, it has to be a containment. And my model is going to be like everything works on disequilibrium. The only force is going to be disequilibrium. So even to cause electromagnetism, you're going to need disequilibrium. And the reason I call it disequilibrium, instead of like entropy, it's basically the same thing, but and with gravity, my argument would be this. So hot goes back down to cold. It's relative to the air around it. It's going to take a force to heat something up or cool something down, period. Whatever force you decide to use, okay, it's going to take energy, but I'm getting rid of energy, period. Energy to me is kind of reified. And to kind of sum it up, anything that you want to take out of equilibrium in nature, you have to add work to it. Okay, so to get something off the ground, You got to work to do it. Okay. It's gonna have kinetic energy going back to where it started, and it's gonna take the quickest path to get there. And same thing as heat, like first, we don't call something cooling back down to what's around it. We don't name that like gravity. And so basically, so I'm not disputing the math. That's reality. So solids fall at an average rate of about 9.8 meters per second based on disequilibrium. You would never be able to prove the shit falling at 9.8 meters per second without forcing it up out of equilibrium. So if you really think about that for a minute before you debunk it, or even after, think about it later. It's kind of hard to argue because you can never lift something up without a force unless unless you change the phase of the state of matter, or you change the state, and it takes energy to change the state of matter. Everything's always, nature works on equilibrium. It's
Okay.
harmony. Call it harmony, right? But you see where I'm going with that, right?
So let me address a couple of things there. So
last thing. Ice is the only shitty factor that I'm trying to work my way around, but you might give me others. Go ahead.
Okay, so have you ever seen a picture of the Earth that has all of those under ocean mountains and valleys and that sort of thing on it?
Sure.
So okay. How do you think those maps are derived?
Yeah, just radar, depth finders and shit, right?
No. So if you go to Google Earth, you'll see these elements, but the vast majority of them are plotted using what's called gravimetry, which is to say a ship or a plane or a satellite carries a gravimeter, an object that measures variations in the rate at which objects fall. And you plot the gravity up, and then you take that gravity data back to a clever geophysicist who will use the gravity observations that you've got and will reconstruct the mass distribution that resulted in those gravity observations. Now, because a mountain is heavier than an equal amount of water, underwater mountains have more mass, so they exert more gravitational force.
Yeah,
and
I'm not arguing reality, bro. I'm not arguing reality.
So we use these. The attractive force between mass, the fact that one mass exerts from our non-relativistic frame of reference force on another mass, and this is just an approximation.
It's all mass dependent.
So Newton's, that's right. So it's all mass dependent, and I mean we can use gravimeter. We use gravimeters to locate subsurface mineral deposits, for instance.
I'm good with that, bro. One could say it's working off disequilibrium. So 9.8. I don't argue the 9.8 meters per second, but I'd base it off.
So I just wanted to expand on this a little bit. There's another another application of gravity that is actually used in submarines. So it's a little bit interesting that you brought up submarines previously. The United States military found out that our maps of the ocean floor aren't that accurate, and they had submarines bumping into things, and they didn't want that to happen. So they needed some way for submarines to work out if there was a mountain or
their maps were conflicting. They based it on flat inertial. It didn't match the.
That's right. Because these maps were largely plotted from the surface, they turn out to be not sufficiently accurate when you get down to the actual ocean floor. So what they developed, but if you use sonar to plot where you are, to plot where the surrounding obstructions are, obviously you're going to show up like a pork chop in a synagogue. If you just use sonar all the time, right? If you just use sonar all the time, you're going to announce your presence to everybody. So they wanted some way that was quiet. They wanted a passive detection technique. So they developed what's called gravity gravimetry, which is a way of looking at the gravity, the gradient of gravity, how much gravity changes in various directions in order to tell them where the mass was around them. And this technique is now used more widely, but the US military were the first people to develop it. And this relies completely on Newtonian theory being accurate. Not necessarily correct. Okay, Einstein proved that there's more to gravity than Newtonian theory suggested, but that doesn't stop Newtonian theory from being accurate. And that's a distinction I think needs to be borne in mind. Newtonian theory that mass attracts mass in proportion to the product of the masses and the gravitational constant divided by the distance squared.
Distance squared, yeah, big G, right? But
yeah,
I mean, Newtonian physics did not explain why the Earth was moving, right? If you want to just get right to the crux.
No, and I mean, that's a complicated question.
It is, man. And you know what? Forget I even said that. Let me say something else and take you down a different road.
Okay.
How would you explain? Okay, and don't just quickly respond with whatever. I mean, think about it for 1 second. Give me how would you explain whale calls being heard over 4,000 miles? I mean, that's a good one, ain't it?
Well, I think that the sound will, it's kind of like if I, have you ever played that telephone thing with cans and string, right? That you,
give me another example. No, just kidding. Good.
Okay, so that works regardless of the geometry of the string, right? The string can be curved or the string can be straight, but that works regardless. So basically the sound is going to follow the geometry of the water that
like a underwater ionosphere, kind of like an AM radio.
Yeah. So and that what you were saying earlier about water having uniform density, that's not quite so true in the ocean. It is largely true. But it's not quite so true because there are variations due to density, but also salinity. There are changes in the distribution.
Absolutely, man. With the salinity, but I mean, I know that the pressure and the temperature tight hip, but water itself has a density. They say if you want to go down to the 10 to the 30th shit, you could say it's compressible, but largely it's not compressible. And,
most liquids aren't. So liquids are very poorly compressible.
Right. If we take something down to the bottom of the ocean, if I'm gonna say strictly that this is easily debunked, in my opinion, the buoyancy equation is easily debunked by saying this. Okay. So the further I go down, okay, so it's only gonna have the lift as the amount of water it's displaced. But if I go down to the bottom, you could take a barrel, okay, and it'd be easier than doing a lake, but bury half of that shit in the ground so it's not displacing that water, and it's gonna have the same buoyancy, and even the methane pockets that are under the ground. So the only thing they could say is that the top of the methane pocket itself has less pressure than the bottom of the methane pocket. So then I could say just wrap a bladder around the whole fucking methane pocket, it's still gonna come up. It's there's no getting around it. Shit that's less dense out of equilibrium is gonna seek equilibrium. There's no getting around it. I do understand the buoyancy equation works, but there are ways to fudge it a little.
The thing about the buoyancy equation is that it has been used a lot in sort of commercial and military applications. So it's obviously used in submarine navigation and management. But also back when dirigibles and airships were an important commercial application, it got used a lot. And if there were any serious problems with the buoyancy equation, I think we would have noticed them. But and I would require a more, what you say, if there were a problem and you could demonstrate it with the experiments along the line that you're looking at, I'd be happy to entertain the possibility.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough, because I've never recorded it, put it on video, but And it is an abstract. It's a it is kind of a non-freaking conventional demonstration, but I mean, it is verbal right now. But I mean, maybe I'll do that, man. Put it on video.
I just wanted to quickly. I've threatened to do this a couple of times, and I'm going to do it this time. I'm determined. Pressure is force over area, right? And the force that we're measuring with gases is the number of molecular impacts against a surface. Okay, so as pressure decreases, the number of molecular impacts against a unit area is decreasing. You can't have that and keep density the same. Okay.
I don't argue the density, man.
Okay, so
wait,
you were arguing the density with planar walk. It cannot be the case that density remains the same, because if density remains the same, then the number of molecules remains the same, and the number of impacts against the side of the container is going to remain the same. So
I understand that, and listen, I was trying to get them to entertain me for a minute, dude. Like, you've entertained me, you've heard what I said, and you've been real. Okay, I'll give you that. I'm very surprised, man, that I've actually enjoyed the shit out of this. I have learned some shit. Like I said, I appreciate the brain bro shit. That's cool shit. But no, I was just trying to get them to entertain the fact that if the Earth was not curving like we measure locally, okay, then something's got to be curving. So I say then it would have to be the light. It'd have to be the light refracting. So so I'm trying to think of a way. How could the light bend up? And the best thing I could come up with was that it's there's way more humidity at the ground. There's a gradient of humidity that ends like right past the clouds. And then I looked it up, and it just so happens water vapor is a pretty substantial amount less dense than the air. So that's at least an explanation, right?
Yeah. But that can only occur for relatively short periods, okay? Because I agree. I think it would have to be it'd have to be very, very, very gradual, in my opinion. It'd have to be over super long distance, because we don't get density, we don't get refraction at 100 foot of water that we don't get at 10 foot of water. I mean, think about it. Yeah. So I mean, the fact is, so if you've got more dense air over the less dense air, and if it heats up and becomes more dense again as it decreases, which is a possibility, but vertical is not the entirety of the story. The air can float to the side, and so it's a matter of how quickly can that lateral flow occur to get out of the way to let this less dense air move upwards. Now, so you can't get a direct exchange of the air packets that are vertically contiguous. You need to get sort of some fluid dynamic flow. And when you said it's all fluid dynamics, there is fluid dynamics in a lot of fluid dynamics in atmospheric physics. But it does include the fact that the atmosphere is obviously compressible. It's a compressible material, and its density does change.
I do agree with that. I do agree with that. This would be an interesting experiment, just for the hell of it. This would be number 2. First, I'm gonna try the bottom of the lake thing, but let's say I mean, I've tried it in a barrel, but anyway, to prove it, I'd have to demonstrate it perfectly. But here'd be another one: is like to do an experiment. I could never go down to where light stops. I don't have the means to do that. But if somebody could measure the distance light travels in water when light stops, or just do it at night. See, now that's one thing I could do. I could do it at night and do it like 2 feet under the water and see how far the light propagates, and then do it like 30 or 40 feet, maybe even 100 feet under the water, and see how far light propagates. What do you think would happen? Just think for yourself one time. Don't think of what you learn in a fucking book. Think of what you think.
There's my understanding is that there would be a lot of energy loss. There would be more energy loss in the water. Therefore, the light would tend to travel. You would tend to be able to detect the light in a straight line from your source. You would stop detecting it a lot sooner underwater. And
No, I know that, but wait, would it shrink with depth? Is my question.
I don't think that there would be a large variation with depth. It would depend on the turbidity of the water, right? The amount of particles, particulate matter that's suspended in the water, that would vary it. But actually, I think that it would tend to improve with depth. And the reason I say that is because water near the surface tends to be more oxygenated, tends to have more life forms in it, tends to be, there's wave action, and there's more gradient. There's a sort of, it's more dynamic. And
so the light would refract upward then, right? What you're saying is the light would refract upward?
No, I'm saying that the light would not travel as far out laterally. That's all I'm saying.
It'd be worth doing, dude. There's some things you can't learn from Wikipedia. There's some things we're just gonna have to do ourselves, and that's one of them. And I'd be interested the distance.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see that as well. Yeah.
Okay. It's been 4 hours.
I apologize, Tim.
Oh no.
That's long.
It's been great.
Oh.
I got a couple super chats here, and it includes a couple questions for Brian, if we can go through quickly. Flo Rida suggested Brian to use a spreadsheet. That was for the math that we were going through earlier.
Yeah, next time, dude. This is the second time I've fucking looked like a dunce, dude.
Put it in a
next
spreadsheet.
Next time I'll have my chart in front of me, bro. Anybody can do it. Work out the math. It's just a mathematical model.
Yeah, do it for every degree from 0 to 90. General E. Shady says, dude is no god. He's more likely a BS fairy. I think he was referring to the guy that had actually agreed to show up, claims to be the actual physical incarnation of both Ra and Thoth.
Yeah, for everybody listening, I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy.
Okay.
Wait, what?
Yeah, hold on. Brian, listen. Brian, just wait. Yes. Planar Walk. The guy that was supposed to be on claims that he is actually Ra and Thoth. But he couldn't somehow arrange his schedule. So
is that the god of the sun god and the lightning god, or what?
Yeah,
so Thoth is the god of knowledge, and Ra, as you say, is the god of the sun.
Yeah.
The god of knowledge didn't even know.
Yeah, last time he couldn't come on because his girlfriend had chores for him to do, and this time somebody brought him against his will to Vegas. Who could bring the god of light and wisdom to Vegas against his will?
Yeah, who wouldn't? No, the question is, who wouldn't bring the god of knowledge to Vegas?
That's the person I want on, because that person's kicked his butt.
I have a story actually that the American Physics Society once held its annual general meeting, the big physics meeting in Vegas, and it was Vegas's worst week because the physicists simply wouldn't gamble because they knew the odds was against them. So Vegas learned a valuable lesson that particular week.
Nice. Yeah. All right.
I just want to. Yeah, I just like to know, like, does his girlfriend acknowledge that he's the god? He's Ra and Thoth?
No, probably not.
Screw that, man. Next time, come to the debate, take the beating. Come to the debate, take the beat.
Yeah.
I want to say, Brian, that after my earlier intemperance, things got a lot more reasonable, and it was actually moderately fun talking to you. So
no, that was awesome for me, man. That was awesome for me. I appreciate it, man.
Okay.
Man Devil, and pause for laugh track, Tony, and scene.
Fuck you, Man Devil. Yeah.
That's fucking hilarious.
All right. X Penguin 95 says, by the way, one thing does get denser over time: flerfs.
Yeah, I would say that flerfs break down into a number of categories. Some of them are willfully dense. Some of them just refuse to absolutely learn anything. They don't get any denser over time. They just refuse to absorb any knowledge. And I'm hoping that Brian at least learned something. He certainly seems to have. So,
And
What
and
time
there's
is it?
also
What time is it where you are, Brian?
It's 4:45, man. My wife is pissed.
And there's a child awake.
That's why she's pissed, bro.
Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Warren Evans says you can have ice crystals at 200,000 feet or 37.8 miles. Look up noctilucent clouds.
yes.
All right. This is good. This is specifically for you, Brian. From
All right.
D Mouser. Says, Brian, are you alive? Yes or no?
Yep, alive and kicking, man. And let me say this. This is why I enjoy talking to Tony, man. It's like he doesn't go to, he's got enough brains and equations, math, or he doesn't have to deny the simple shit. He can get past the obvious and give you a good, reasonable answer. And he accepts, whether he agrees with it or not, he accepts, the possibilities of certain things for the sake of having a good, friendly debate, man. And that was awesome, man. I appreciate that.
I got one more question for you, Brian. From D Mouser again says, if you answered my question just before this, I thought you said you don't answer yes or no questions.
That was a trap.
I was pissing him off, man. I was pissing him off, man. That's my test, dude. I pissed everybody off, man, before I calm down, man. But everybody, it says a lot about a person, man. Their ability to, remain cool under fire. And, to me, that's a test for a lot of people, bro, including me. If I'm able to calm down, man, it says a lot about your character.
But I appreciate you explaining to me that you were just messing with me because I got fired up. I'm infamous for having a bad temper, actually. So
He's infamous for two things: bad temper, and what was the other one?
Boring people to sleep. Oh yes, I fucking can. That's that.
I mean, there is one person
Wake
I've
up!
noticed.
Wake up, Toon! Wake up, Toon!
Oh my gosh, is this still going? Right.
I got 2 more days off, man. I got 2 more days off,
right.
and I'm enjoying the shit out of them, I will admit.
we
That's my
should-
grandson in a Batman costume, man.
All right.
It's awesome being a grandfather, man, because you can borrow them and always give them back.
Ah,
I got 6 and 7 grandchildren. Love the grandchildren way more.
Uh,
I mean, there is a reason why I don't have kids.
but
I
he
mean-
has grandkids.
time spent
Never
with
mind.
grandchildren is never time lost or wasted. So it's fantastic that you get to do that.
All right.
And there's actually multiple reasons.
I got one more. Just came in. Flo Rida asks, why does water in Krylov towing tank curve 33 millimeters?
Wait,
Yeah,
say that
so-
one more time. Say that. That's got to be repeated.
Why does the water in Krylov towing tank curve 33 millimeters?
So
That's
I mean,
that's what do you call it? The damn edge of water is called the what do you call it?
the meniscus.
Meniscus.
So
Yeah.
So that unfortunately that isn't what's happening. So the towing tanks are particular maritime research facilities. In order to get the hydrodynamics properly correct for various hull geometries, a lot of money is spent on making these quite large towing tanks, many hundreds of meters, 500 to 600 meters. So that sort of level. What they do is they drag a particular hull through the towing tank. In order to do that, they need a mechanical device that is capable of exerting a relatively uniform force as you drag the hull across. Now, the scale of these things is sufficient that 33 millimeter error, that 33 millimeter curvature, would throw out their hydrodynamic calculations. So these are large bodies of standing water in which the curvature induced by the gravitational field is actually measured. So that's what he's referring to there. That 33 millimeters is actually comports with our understanding of the curvature of the
Tony,
gravitational
I
field.
can see the screen you're reading through your glasses, brother. You need to adjust that reflection, man. I'm just kidding.
I thought there were too many. I am famous for a third thing, which is how often I say nah. I tend to hesitate a lot when I'm talking. So if I
that's the
speak
flat earther in me coming out, man. I'm counting the number of breaths, man.
All right.
But you should definitely look up the towing tanks because they're interesting, and I didn't know about them until recently.
Yeah. All right. One more from Magellan for 5 Singaporean dollars. Says, hello from Singapore, traveling at Mach 1.3. Well,
he must be at latitude 10 or 12.
Singapore is right, just right off the equator. So,
yeah.
All right.
Singapore.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, PhD Tony, and thank you, Planar Walk, for joining me. No thank you to the fake nut god, Rob.
He's not two gods.
Yeah,
you are selling him short. He's not one. He's not just not one god. He's not two gods.
He's not anything. He's just a terrible person that can't keep his word at all. Twice in a row.
Let me give my closing thoughts real quick, MC Toon.
Right.
Thing, I'm going to email you my number. Just text that number. I'll never, ever call or text you ever. I'll give you my word on that unless it's in response. I expect the same from you. If you ever need a gap filler, I always enjoy it. If I can do it, I'll do it. And I appreciate you putting up with me. And one question. If you don't have the fast answer, just give it to me next time, Tony. But what is the, let's say for something about the way the ISS, let's keep it within a reasonable amount, like let's say a million pounds either way, just an estimate. What is the speed variant to keep the orbit at 250 miles? How much leeway do I have in speed? Let's say if it's moving 17,500 miles an hour, let's say from how far it's got to drop to how far can it accelerate? Next time I talk to you, if you could give me the answer to that of the speed gradient. Keep that orbit.
All right, I'll look into the speed gradient. If it's doing an elliptical orbit, then it must have a gradient of speed. So yeah, I'll look into the magnitude of that.
Isn't that something to do with Kepler's law?
Yeah, I'm sure it's probably easy to figure out, but I do got to go. Michael, I do appreciate it. I appreciate it, Tony and Plain. Thank you, man.
Planar Walk.
Thank you.
Planar Walk. Sorry, got you.
Just plain.
Yeah.
He feels he knows you well enough. He feels he knows you well enough.
Yeah.
Have you dyed your hair, or is you got a new camera or something? Your hair seems a lot darker, Planar Walk.
It's because if I were to hold on, there we go. That should.
Okay. All right.
Hold on. Let me just disable the. Let me re-enable NASA.
NASA gravity.
Give me a second.
You did it the complicated way. You didn't just move your camera. You did it using software.
There we go.
Because you're a show-off.
Yeah, so I think it's this. I think it's the same color as it usually is. I haven't dyed it. I am thinking about dyeing it for a huge video though, but that video is going to take a while to get sorted, and there's a few things that I want to do before I get that video done. So that video may be a few months away. So
Okay.
Wait, did Tony go to sleep?
No,
I
no,
think
no.
so. Yeah, he put himself. He put himself
Put
to
him-
sleep.
I just wanted to quickly apologize to the two of you because I came on and I just kept on talking and talking and talking, and you guys never got a word in
That's all right.
edgewise once I joined the stream. So I apologize for that.
It's the smart people that should be talking, right?
Well, you guys are both smart, so I don't think you need to sell yourselves short on any of that. I'm just a loudmouth, I think, is the best explanation for what's going on.
I mean, the reason why I'm pretty sure the reason why MC Toon wanted what's his name to shut up was because he's not that smart. But
I was surprised that Brian ended up being so reasonable when things were explaining to him because
he did change a little. Yeah,
he seemed completely obdurate when you guys were talking with him. So maybe I'm just a successful bully. Maybe.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe you did the good cop bad cop stuff.
Could be. But he got much more reasonable later when I arrived. Anyway, sorry, I'll shut up.
Thanks. Yeah, it's time to go. It's 3 a.m. here, so I know they're on the other side of the underside. It's daytime, so
Not daytime, no.
What time is it there?
Well, for me, it's 6:30 in the evening. In winter, so it was just past midwinter. So
and Planar
it's
Walk.
dark.
Planar Walk. What time is it?
It's only 8:30.
8 p.m.
Yes.
Wow. All right. Well, that sounds great. Thank you everybody for joining. It's been a trip. Thank you to Planar Walk and PhD Tony for entertaining us, and for Brian Leake for doing what he does. And we'll see you all next time. Bye.
Have you got a hangover yet?
That won't come for a while.